Oh, yeah. Excuse me. All right. Whew. I'm back on my bullshit. It is Friday, October 11th. It's like 8 p.m. at night, and I usually don't stream this late, but I'm here, bro. I'm here for it. Uh, I don't really necessarily know what I'm drawing tonight. I'm just drawing. We back on 100 days of improvement, and I could not tell you exactly what day I'm on because I stopped 100 days of improvement out of nowhere. I stopped counting. Let me put it that way. I stopped counting the 100 days of improvement, even though I was still doing it. So I don't know exactly what day I'm on, which sucks because now I got to figure it out so I can go back to doing my 100 days. Man, you would think that 100 days of improvement would be 100 days, but yeah, it didn't work out that way. So in any case, we here. We are drawing. Last time I was drawing, I was drawing. What the fuck, bro? What is up with my camera? Camera been on the fritz lately. About the computer stuff work right now. I don't understand why computer stuff just has to just stop working. It'll be working good for 1 minute and then it'll just be like, nope, not gonna work. Stop making me do stuff. And in any case, we are basically working on 100 days of improvement, like I said before, which is just me sketching random bullshit to get better at sketching random bullshit. I am in full swing of my 3D modeling journey. I have new motivation for doing 3D modeling, and I have now a new set goal of why I want to be better. And it's the same reason why I wanted to be better at art. One, I wanted to be able to sit at the same table as the people that I admire. Even if I don't do professional artwork, I at least want to be able to sit with the people that I look up to and hold my own. Like, you know what I mean? Understand some of the things that they do and stuff like that, instead of being like, holy shit, like in awe like I was as a kid. Another one is like, I get tired of being egoed by people that are already at that level. And a lot of that comes from the fact that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. They know I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And for some people, it makes them feel good to be like, to do what I used to do and be like, just practice. Like, I forgot what it feels like to ask a general question and get the just keep practicing answer. You know what I mean? Even though it is the answer, but still, like when you ask somebody a question, you expect to get a little bit more in depth, and just practice is the I don't got time to answer your question answer. You know what I mean? And that just gave me more of a drive to get better at 3D modeling. I don't want to do like what most people are doing, which is like waifus and humanoid characters. I want to do shit that's different. Like, you know what I mean? Which is what everybody says. But in any case, that ain't what we doing tonight. We are working on, again, like I said, we're back on the 100 days of improvement. And today we are working on, well, I'm currently working on this sketch, which, I mean, if you can make out the two characters, yeah, that's what we doing. But I don't know if you guys were here the last time, but since the last time I sculpted, I kind of sketched out a quick sketch of what I wanted to do with Kingpin. I always wanted to draw him like in front of like a big stained glass window or a big ass glass window, like looking out over a city, you know. But again, if you want to capture a person in their essence, you got to capture their best poses or whatever. So that's kind of what I do when I draw these characters. I'm trying to catch the best poses I can get for said characters. I also finished off working on Emma Frost. I kind of muffed around with the other Batman drawing, which is Batman and this is Batman Returns Batman. I still can't find a definitive pose that I like about Batman. And we did some Batgirl. Why am I doing superheroes when I hate fan art? It's simply because I started a project a long time ago called the 100, and I am trying to finish projects that I start now. I get tired of starting projects and then I just don't finish them. I always like fart around with them and then I just kind of trail off into something else. And I am trying to be, as part of growing and becoming a better artist, I am trying to fix, well, the flaws that I have in my character and my art. And this is one of the hugest flaws that I have, that I have had for years, is that I will start a project, get bored, and just stop. Which this happens with a lot of people, but like it's not. If I'm going to do a project, it feels like I shouldn't be taking that. So I shouldn't be taking so long to where I just want to quit. Which means I need to get faster, and or revisit projects that I've done when I, have the chance, instead of just completely abandoning them. This one was something that I wanted to do to prevent or end something that everybody has a thing that people will ask you to draw, right? That you don't want to draw. And I have this theory that has been proven to be rather successful, that if you just draw what people ask you to draw, they won't ask you to draw it anymore. And if you give it the good old college effort, it tends to come off a lot better than just kind of like, phone it in. So when when someone asks me to draw something, generally what I do is I try to put my whole foot in it. And I try not to just kind of phone it in. I try to make it so that it feels like whatever it is I'm doing, I actually give a shit about. You know what I mean? And I'm not just kind of like acting like, all right, I'll do it, and just kind of do some bullshit, and then be like, there you go. I don't ever want to be that person, if that makes sense. I want to actually give a damn about what I'm drawing for people, and I want people to understand that I give a damn about what I do, even if I don't want to do it. I try to put as much effort into it as possible, especially if I'm only going to do it once, because once I do it, I don't have to do it anymore. And it took me a long time to get to that point where I feel like, all right, if I'm going to fucking be an artist, you got to be an artist. You know what I mean? Like, you can't pick and choose what you want to do. Nothing should be that hard. You can pick and choose what you want to do, but realistically, you'll be broke. You're gonna be broke. You gotta sometimes break down and do what the audience wants, even if it's stuff you don't want to do. And I made a book that is literally based on things I didn't want to do, and it became something that was like a huge profit for me. Which kind of inspired me to be like, hey man, maybe you should stop just not doing projects. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you should actually finish the shit that you started, because you have no idea, what it could do for people. In any case, that's what the 100 is. The 100 was 100 superheroes and villains that people know. And I was doing it so that I could not have to do it anymore. Which is funny, because I never finished it. And because I never finished it, I'm still like, what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I'm still in that mind state where it's like, all right, well, I haven't finished it, so obviously I must want to keep doing it. Once I finish the 100, I'm not gonna draw superheroes and villains on stream anymore. All of this is for stream shit, by the way. I don't want to draw specific things while I'm streaming, which I could literally just say no. It's very easy to just be like, no, I don't want to draw that. But at the same time, if someone is going to take the time to watch you, I also feel like you can give them the benefit of the doubt and draw some of the shit that they want you to draw, even if you don't want to draw it. It's not a big deal. If you draw like you're supposed to draw, you typically should be drawing every day. This should be nothing more than a walk in the park. You know what I mean? Today I'm drawing Superman and what I started off to be Lois, but then I was like, you know what? Superman and Lois is what people would expect you to draw. I'm going to go ahead and draw something that people don't expect to draw, but is a thing. So I'm drawing Superman and Wonder Woman. So I'm going to challenge myself and feed off your energy. Well, good, man. I'm actually on a hard surface journey too. I just started my 3D modeling journey with ZBrush, and mine's is because I had a project that I was going to do a long time ago, and I was going to hire a 3D modeler to do it, and I was like, I have learned through years of experience that people don't like money. And you cannot get things done the way you want, even if you have money. So, instead of me wasting my time and others trying to get people to do things they clearly don't want to do, I am going to learn myself. That way, if I am ever in a situation where I need something done, I don't have to wait. Because waiting, I've seen so many good ideas that I've had been put into action by other people, because when I had the idea, I couldn't get it done because I had to pay someone else to do it, and they were either too busy, they didn't believe in the project, whatever the case. Plus, also, I believe that the next logical step for me in art is 3D modeling, and the main reason why I believe this is simply because with all the AI stuff, I don't sell art as it is, but art has always been just kind of like a passion to me. Like, it's just something that I do in my spare time to show myself I can do things that I generally didn't think I could do. Like, the level of art, the level of drawing skills that I'm at right now, or the skill that I have in drawing right now, is way more than I ever thought I would have. Like, I didn't ever think that my drawing skills would be where they are. I don't know what is to be said with that, but like, I honestly feel like I've exceeded every expectation I've ever had when it came to art. But with that being said, I still have to keep moving forward. You know what I mean? I still have to progress, and I still gotta see what's next. No, I was basically saying that I'm on my own hard surface journey right now. I actually started learning 3D modeling as well. I'm doing ZBrush, but the whole rant was basically about how people don't want money, and I can't get anything done in 3D modeling, so I decided to do it myself because a lot of my ideas I've had to watch come to life by other people, simply because I couldn't get people to do stuff that I wanted them to do, even though I had money. Because a lot of people were like, well, if you pay them, like, you would think that. But when you go to somebody and you're like, hey, what do you charge? I'll pay you whatever you want to do this thing. They give you a price, tell you they'll hit you up when they're ready or whatever, and then you never get hit up. It starts to, you start to doubt that way of thinking, which is generally where I'm at with that whole thing, which basically prompted me to want to learn hard surface sculpting so that I can never have to deal with a person or people not wanting to do what I want done. I've progressed so much in art, like drawing, that I am at a point now where I feel like the next logical step is 3D modeling. With all the AI shit that's going on and everything, after a while, people are just, I don't sell art as it is, like I was saying before, but I feel like people are just going to generally lose interest in art in the aspect of making money. It'll be cool to like do it and like, hey, I'm a human artist, but it's not gonna, I feel like in a couple years it's just not gonna have the same appeal. And it sucks when you've worked your whole life at something and progress, or whatever you want to call it, is going to set it back. I mean, but it happens. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not bummed out about it. I just wanna come prepared. Like anybody would. I don't know if I like. So I'm still debating on how I want her hand to be. I want her hand to be on his face like so, but do I want it here? Or do I want, because I was gonna make this like her thumb, but I don't know if I really want that to be the case. I think I want it to be kind of like that, where it's just kind of like just touching the face or whatever. Hey, DK. I mean, D2K. How you doing, man? Welcome back. So I'm drawing Superman and Wonder Woman because, all right. So when I drew this, like mostly what I do when I do these characters is I draw the pose first, and then I pick what I'm gonna put the character on, because that's literally what drawing is. Anyways, it's just mannequins. When you're drawing humans, you're just taking a mannequin and clothing it. So I know a lot of people that I know that do art have done the relationship drawings, where you get two people that are in a relationship in a hugged up, like, superhero pose, whatever, and I've always loved them. And I was like, I want to do one too. But I didn't want to do one that everybody else had already did. This was generally supposed to be Batman and Catwoman. But I was like, I even though that might be like cool because Batman, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do something that people aren't expecting. Something that, because, of course, if you see Superman, you think Superman and Lois, because, Superman and Lois. But Superman and Wonder Woman dated in Injustice, which is, I would have done that, or I would have done Robin and Harley Quinn, or it was going to be Robin and Harley Quinn, Superman and Wonder Woman, or Batman and Batgirl, because these are relationships, or these are people that were intimate that people forget that it actually happened. And I was like, it would be cool to shake up the tree again and not do what everybody else does. Everybody does the same shit. I'm trying not to do the same shit. Yada yada yada. Art. If I'm going to have fun and draw and stuff like that, What? That isn't an actual cartoon. So basically, Batgirl just basically like jumped Batman's bones. They were out on the town one night, and they were out doing patrol, and they were on the rooftop, and she jumped his bones, and then he ghosted her. And she got like all fucking like butthurt because he ghosted her. Because I guess, it was like he don't really know how to, it's Batman. It's almost to the point where you feel like Batman just, even though he's a playboy, he ain't doing it. But like, yeah, they bumped uglies. And then of course I know about Harley Quinn and fucking uh uh Nightwing. That was hella funny. And apparently Batman was watching. That's the funny shit. It's like, I don't know, man. But you think all these fucking hot ass like supervillains, and then you got superheroes. Like you got all these hot ass motherfuckers working together. Yeah, they gonna bang. Somebody's gonna bang. It can't not be a thing. Like they're gonna bang. I'm happy that they're actually. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be said, but I'm happy that they actually like touch on that kind of stuff. Because we live in a maturing society, and people are wondering. You got Wonder Woman, and it's like, all right, well, people always wonder how the hell you can be like with around the Amazon all day long and just like it's like whatever. Well, I hope so, Jay. I really hope that my 3D modeling. People say that it's easier to transfer over when you have art skill. So I know that the sketching portion, like when I was like sculpting out my first like tutorial or whatever, it basically felt like drawing, except for in a 3D space. But because I know about 3D, it just am implementing in real life what I would mimic in a drawing. So how I'm like drawing and I'm like trying to think about 3D space with hard surface or 3D modeling, you're actually creating the 3D space because it's 3D, which is cool. So I don't have to kind of like play at it. I just move the image around to see the space, and then but because I've been doing this for so long, the learning process of actually learning 3D and how it works isn't there because I already know 3D from trying to mimic it in a 2D space. If that makes sense. Superman and Livewire. Did they get together? That's the thing. It's like when I was thinking about just kind of like fucking around with this kind of stuff, I was like, people only real comic book nerds would get this. People think about why aren't Superman and Wonder Woman together because they're both like really super strong metahumans, and obviously it's because whatever, Superman and Lois, and of course fucking Amazonian, and I don't know all that shit, but it's always a question that comes up. That's why it would be funny. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I see. I don't really. Yeah, I guess that would be like really, really cool, actually, if you think about it. Because I thought that they actually hooked up because people that hate each other that much tend to, you know, usually in comics it usually goes down like that, where you hate somebody so much, but you're in a situation where you're trapped, life or death, and you're helping each other out, and then you have that moment where it's like bumping uglies, and then you get out and y'all are acting like weird toward each other, and people are like, huh? Ooh, they hooked up. I don't know if I want. Again, I'm not really trying to think too hard on this because it is just a sketch. So, you know, the idea is to practice. That is generally the entire idea. Is I'm just practicing and I'm trying to keep the flow going. I don't want to get too wrapped up in. See, now this is the part that's like gonna fuck me up. Oh shit! Thanks for the raid, Bass Quinn. Welcome in. That rhymed. Thank you for bringing your people here. I don't know if I want to do traditional Wonder Woman costume, or do I want to do like new Wonder Woman costume? Traditional Wonder Woman costume, I could, get the curve here, but new Wonder Woman costume, I would have like the little skirt or whatever. I don't know. Well, so I have a goal. So Jay, I have a project. For those of you guys that are in, welcome in. My name is iinnky. I am a tattoo artist, but I literally draw, everything. People rarely know that I'm a tattoo artist because I don't talk about it that much, but tattooing is what I do as a career / but my day job is I work at a mint, but the mint just basically funds what I want to do in life. But I have a project that I've been working on for a while, and I just kind of stalled it because I wanted to get into learning 3D modeling. With that being said, that's the reason why I want to learn. The project that I've been working on for a while that I actually started with the idea of getting someone else to do the models, and slowly realized that they weren't going to do it, was Adorable Nightmares. Most of the people that have been in my stream, they know what Adorable Nightmares is. And these are going to be 3D models. When I learn how to do 3D modeling and comfortable with it, I'm going to turn these into 3D models, like tangible model toys, whatever. I have 50 that I want to start with. So the way it's going to work, if it actually comes to the level that I want it to be at, it'll be 50 a series. Series 1 is going to have 50 monsters. I think I have like 36 monsters drawn out. But the idea is to turn them into fully realized, like, collectible toys. I don't want to print them out, but what I want to do is I want to make the box art. I want to make all the stuff that goes to it and the models, and then let people download them and make them themselves, and collect them, Have I researched what type of 3D printer you're going to use? I'm not printing them. I'm not printing them. Like, I don't want to print them. I know I'm going to have to see if they work, but no, because I have not put any effort into looking for a 3D printer, because the idea is for me to make them for other people to print. I'm a lazy artist. I don't like doing work. As far as, like, what I mean by I don't like doing work is, like, I don't like to waste my time like doing stuff to sell, I guess, or whatever. So if I was going to do this as like a thing to market and make money on, I don't want to waste my time making them and then shipping them out and all that. I want to set it and forget it. Is how I do majority of the stuff that I do. If that's not the case, then I just do it for the fun of it, because I don't ever want to turn what I do into a job. And generally, that's what happens in most cases when you do any kind of project and you want to make money from it. You tend to put your entire life on hold to market this project. You can't do anything new because you're now working on this project in an effort to make money from it and stuff like that. Junior! Holy shit, the prodigal son has returned. So my thing is to just enjoy it, make it, and if people would like it, it'll be there. I am definitely a maker, which is why I don't really sell that much artwork, or if any, other than tattooing, because tattooing is like a lot of the ideas are just repetitive. You just learn the way to make better, you know. Like, but again, it's very hard to get people to believe in what you're doing. Like, I find that is super hard to get people to believe in what you're doing, even when you got money. So instead of me constantly bitching and complaining about not being able to get people to do what I want them to do, I have decided to learn it myself. And, you know, because either the people that I'm trying to get, or I've tried to get do it, either aren't at the level that I need, or they are and they don't care to do the project. But the thing that kills me about the whole thing is that the same people I constantly see on the internet complaining about like not making any money. And I'm like, dude, I am offering you money, the money you want. I'm not low, because I mean, I would never lowball anybody. I'm a fucking artist, you know. But it, like, one of the things that I had been dying to get done for a long time that I just kind of gave up on, and I'm like, I'll do it when I get to the point I need to be, was my 3D, was my iinnky. I wanted to do I guess a VTuber, right? But I wanted to do a 3D version of it. And the problem with that is everybody could do, I found a few people to do the model, no one could do the rigging. And all the people that I found that could do the rigging just seemed to not want to do the rigging. And a lot of them were like, oh, I only do rigging for my stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'll pay you to make your own model, make your own version of my model and rig it. And it just never seemed to get to that point. And I just kind of got, it kind of got me into the realization that a long time ago, before the VTuber thing became a thing, I had talked about it. And I had been trying to get people to do it. And nobody wanted to do it for whatever reason. Now that shit's like everywhere. And it kind of frustrates you when you have like an idea and it doesn't come to fruition because people just don't like money, you know. You know. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about, Bash. Like, I just want to make stuff and just not think about it anymore. I am hell-bent on that because I think that a lot of people lose their passion for art trying to make money. And I got lucky. I was very fortunate to find a career where I don't have to fight to make money. Tattooing is not one of those careers where you have to fight to make money. Because if you're good, you're making money. People aren't going to argue with you about it. Like, it's known that, you know, you're a tattoo artist. You get paid for what you do. How much you get paid is basically determined by how good of an artist you are. You know, if you're a very good artist, obviously people are going to pay you. You know what I mean? If you're, you know, like you get, like, but the thing is like you have people that aren't good artists that still want to live in the same headspace. Whatever. Business, it's all in how you run your business. I don't pay attention to other people, but the thing is with tattooing is time versus money versus pain. I have very ambitious goals for tattooing, and people just aren't ready for it. Like, that's the only way I can explain it, is like, I want to do really big stuff. People don't really want stuff like that. And you can't really make somebody get something that they don't want. You know, and like that's the nature of the beast, is that, yeah, I want to do all these cool things, but I'm at the mercy of the clients, you know. Which is why I love just drawing, because when I'm just drawing, I don't have to worry about any of that shit. I'm drawing, I'm having my own fun. I'm not trying to make money from it. Like, when I get so far into something, if I decide I want to do something like a project or whatever, like the 100 days of improvement, I don't have to really, for the most part, I don't have to think about it. I just do it. Like, and I just enjoy it. Like, I love to live in the moment and enjoy it. I'm just so tired of like watching artists like struggle to make ends meet and they lose the passion for like doing art because they're so busy trying to make money from it. Like, again, I'm lucky I found a career that allows me to make money, and it's super easy because once you understand that tattooing is just like any other form of art, it's just another canvas. It all the fear and everything that most people have, it just kind of washes away. And you don't have to really deal with that anymore. Like, I don't deal with the fear of messing up and all of that because I'm like, dude, if I can draw on paper, I can draw on skin. Now, if you've never done it, you're gonna it's basically getting over the nerve of doing it. A lot of times people are just they're afraid. You can't make a person be unafraid. I mean, they're gonna be afraid. You there's only so much you can do. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. You may want to do things to make them not afraid, but the only way a person's gonna not be afraid is to do it, and then they get in their comfort zone and they understand why there's nothing to fear. You know, it's just like anything else. You're gonna be scared at first, but you'll get through it. But you can't tell somebody that. They have to experience it for themselves. I learned that just simply because I went through it. And when you're going through it, it makes it feel completely different, you know. But, you know, like, especially doing commissioning work. If you do commission work, you feel it more than anything, because nothing sucks the energy out of what you do faster than having to draw something for other people and trying to figure out what's in their head and put it on paper. And when you got people that are paying for art, here's the thing. When you make your own art, right? So if I'm drawing these characters or whatever, right? Say I'm drawing these characters. I'm not thinking about what people want. I'm just drawing them, like, and it's like whatever. When you're drawing these characters, I'm just letting go and I'm just having fun. I'm definitely not putting that much interest in any of it. It's just whatever. With that being said, I don't, when I'm doing it for other people, I don't have that, because I'm constantly sitting up there like they're telling me do this, tweak that, because they're paying their whatever dollars they're paying you. Usually it's like really it's like low ball. So because people that can't afford it, people can't afford to pay artists what their art is actually worth, which is why the whole AI thing is like even a thing right now. People can't afford to pay actual artists what they actually want to be paid. So, you know, yada, yada, yada. With that being said, you get lowballed. You're sitting there getting $100, $200 for something that's like taking like 10, 12, 13, 14 hours, right? You feel drained because it's constantly redrawing. And you know, when you draw something and you think you nailed it, the last thing you want to do is change it. That is the worst. When you are literally invested in something that you did and the person's like, yeah, I like it, but and they're paying for it, so you have to change it. Where me, I don't have to do that. I draw stuff and then I put it up for sale, if I do put it up for sale, or I give it away, and I don't have to think about it anymore. It literally comes down to, if you like it, you can get it. If you don't like it, I don't care. This is what I'm drawing. That kind of freedom you need in creating. It will help you grow exponentially when you don't have to worry about whether or not the person you're drawing it for is going to like it. Like, I'm drawing Superman and Wonder Woman. I don't give a shit if this is what you want to see. This is what you know what I mean? Like, it's me practicing. I'm not drawing it for anybody other than people that just like to watch me draw. And realistically, I'm talking a lot more than I normally should. You know what I mean? So, of course, like something like this off stream would take me probably about 45 minutes. Because before I would even start drawing, I would concept it in my brain. and all I'm doing is scribbling it on paper. On stream, I tend to talk a lot more to get people to understand the process. You know what I mean? A process, the understanding process is important. You know, I believe that people definitely need to understand a lot more about what they're doing. I don't think a lot of people put enough effort into understanding. I think people just kind of wing it most of the time, which is terrible to do when you're drawing, because like winging it is gonna in some senses is great, but there could be situations where it could be problematic. You know what I mean? Like you don't necessarily want to wing everything. But yeah, I get when it comes to like commissioning or getting frustrated and quitting. Like a lot of people quit doing art for a living because they come in. First off, you come in with the ambition that you want to make money. So your goals are either I want to do what people are going to buy, or I want to work for a company that people revere. You don't want to work for a company, because if you work for a company, you're not doing what you want, you're doing what they want, which automatically right then and there stifles your creativity, because you don't have any say-so. You're doing what you're told, which completely defeats the purpose of being an artist. Quite naturally, you don't want to be in a situation where you are tethered to what somebody else wants you to do. But we do what we have to do to make money, right? But then you get home and you don't want to draw or do any of the fun stuff that made art fun in the first place, because you're tired. You've been doing whatever kind of work you've been doing all day long. Like just pure creativity is just, I don't want to do it. I just feel like I want to lay down. My body hurts, you know. I'll draw this weekend. Drawing this weekend turns to I'll draw, you know, next month, and then it just eventually becomes like I'm not drawing when I'm off. And you lose that passion. And now you're an artist that doesn't draw. So now I'm on the fence right here with the whole Wonder Woman thing, because I want them hugged up. But the idea was I don't know if I want his cape to come from this side and kind of like, you know, have it come down and kind of like wrap around like this. And then that way I could have her, this part of her body showing. Which I kind of like that idea. Show off that gat, you know what I mean? I was gonna have it come from the other side where he had his hand on her hip, but I think I'm just gonna have it come over around from the farther side. And then because it's not coming down on this side, I could probably even have it go like out like this over here. And then kind of, you might not see this part anyways because it may be off out of the shot, but you know what I mean? That feels like more of a strong Superman pose, if you get what I'm saying. Like, you know, this feels more like a Superman and like, you know, Wonder Woman embracing type situation. And of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm just BSing right now, getting my, I'm getting the approach I want to take to drawing her. Like, I know that I know this is going to be Wonder Woman, but I don't know what suit I want her to wear. The top is the easy part, because the top is just, you know, her bra. And that generally like comes down and, you know, hugs the back of her body. The part that is the challenge is the bottom part. What do I want to do with the bottom part? Plus, I also don't think I'm kind of on the fence about how I want her hair to be. I don't want her hair to be a big ass coif of hair. I do, but not like that. I always forget that I don't like Wonder Woman's hair in a general sense is it covers her ear. And every time I draw her, I always draw with her. I don't know why I like to draw women with their ears, like their hair tucked behind their ear, but that's not necessarily like if you have a big ass head of hair, a lot of times it's going to go over the ear. And for some reason, I don't like that. And I always try to draw the ear being exposed, which makes which kind of throws the whole look off. Hair doesn't necessarily go like that. Also, what you don't want to do when you're drawing is you don't want to put a lot of heavy lines in the beginning. And the reason why you don't want to do that is because it a lot of heavy lines makes it look like you don't know what you didn't really understand what you were doing when you first started and you were struggling through it. Plus, you may tweak this stuff several 100 times while you're doing it. Like when you pull back and you start looking at it, you kind of like, all right, this doesn't look like the face is set in the right way. Like the average person isn't going to see it, but you as the artist is going to be like, why does this look kind of off? Like it doesn't look like it's like I wanted it to look. And you have to be able to adjust that. Or you'll just look at it over and over and over and be like, something's not right. That's why I always save like I save all the uh details and stuff to the end. Yeah, see, that's like my thing. Like that was the thing that I was dealing with when I was struggling with like my art flow was that I wanted to do art, right? But I wanted people to like what I was doing. And that was like the thing that was hurting me was I was so hell bent on people liking what I was doing. But but like, again, I realized that it wasn't that I wanted people to like it. I wanted the people that I admired to like it. And I felt like if everybody's seen it, then eventually the people I admired would see it, and then they would respect me for it. And that kind of stuff is toxic for a growing artist. A growing artist should not give two shits about any of that, because at the end of the day, when you reach where you want to be in art, when you reach where you actually want to be in art, the very last thing you are going to be thinking about, and this is real, is what somebody else thinks. Because you're going to be so obsessed with just growing that you forget about all that other shit. Plus, you realize that the magic that you thought the people that you admired created was literally just practice. It becomes a little bit more, it like a lot of the stuff you thought was like, I can't accomplish this, starts to seem less magical. Well, it becomes, it's not like you don't get discouraged, but you realize that it's not like, oh, the art gods blessed this person with the skill to do well whatever it is that they do. You know, it doesn't feel like that anymore. It starts feeling more like, holy shit, like all I needed to do was practice this whole time. Instead of me sitting up here trying to, I don't know, be somebody else, all I actually had to do was, just buckle down and practice. Again, it's one of them things that people will have told you that you will not have listened. Someone along the lines has probably told you, just practice. And them telling you that probably ticked you off because you wanted the magic answer. And the magic answer was not just practice. You wanted them to give you a definitive, go here, talk to this person, give them 3 acorns, and they will send you on a quest. And when you finish that quest, you'll be an artist. Like, this is what people want. Realistically, that's just not what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, realistically, it doesn't. 100% it doesn't happen that way. You know what I mean? Like, just on a real note, like, doing art is never going to be that cut and dry. But the answer is rather simple. It's just a lot of people tend to not want to hear. Like, when people tell you practice, they don't tell you the entire thing. Yeah, it's practice, but if you're not practicing what you love, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. If you're practicing what you hate, you're never going to enjoy art the way you want it. That's the thing that a lot of people miss, is that it's not only about practicing art, it's about practicing the way you love it. And because you're building your skill set is what you're doing. You're literally building your style, your everything. So you can't, if someone is telling you how to do what it is that you're doing, you're never going to get where you need to be. You can't grow unless you actually let your creativity flow. If you're drawing and you're like, say I'm drawing this character right now and I'm trying my hardest to make it feel like something else, it's never going to turn out exactly the way I want it to look because I don't know what I want to do with it. It's at a certain point where I have to just kind of let go and be like, all right, let's just fucking draw some lines and see where things lead me. And then stuff just starts popping into place, and then all of a sudden I have this image that I didn't think I was going to have, and then you start to get it. Like for me, it actually took me not wanting to be like, I stopped trying to be a comic book artist because I wanted to be a comic book artist all while I was young. I'm like, I want to be like amongst the greats, you know, which back then the greats weren't, there were far and few that I considered to be like the level of great I wanted to be. And I had my idol, and I stalked my idol, and you know, whatever, and I this was back when I had no art skill. The only skill that I had was that I knew I wanted to draw, and I knew I needed pencil and paper to do it, and yada yada yada, you know. And it was just one of those situations where it was like, God, I want to do this. I don't think I have it in me, but God, I want to do it, and I have to figure something out because I'm not gonna give up. And that was pretty much what I had. That was all I had to go on. Was I really want to do this? I'm not gonna stop. Which eventually turned into, I think I can do this, but I don't think I'm ever gonna be as good as XYZ. And then it got to, well, I don't care if I make money from it. I just want to be proud of what I do. Which eventually went to, holy shit, I think I might actually be able to pull this off if I do this, this, and this, and this. Which eventually went to, shit, people actually give a damn about what I'm doing, which is kind of crazy because no one gave a shit before, you know. And then that spiraled into, people want to pay me to do art, you know. And then of course I got to work for a company that I never thought I'd be able to work for, because I'm like, these people don't hire just anybody. These people hire college graduates and all of that stuff. Wrong. They hire people that could do art. So that happened, right? And then I worked around a bunch of people that did art, and then that was when I realized that, holy crap, everybody in the art industry is just like you. And then you start to realize that stuff that you hear from everybody that doesn't necessarily sink in until you're actually in the shit. When people tell you that these things, like when someone tells you that you don't realize that money doesn't matter until you have money. You can't tell a broke person that money doesn't matter, because they're never going to listen because they've never had money. But a person that has money knows that money doesn't matter because they've had it. It's the same thing that happens with art. When you tell a person that all the stuff that you hear does not matter, because it's literally about growing and being the best you are, because when you get to where you need to be, that is the person that people are going to want to copy. That is the people that is the person that people are going to want to mimic. That is what people will see. They aren't looking for anything else other than that. You will fight to be like someone else, only to find out later that people don't want someone else. They want what you have become. And the cycle continues, because as soon as you figure that out, of course, the first thing you're going to do is tell someone younger than you that's going through the same shit, and they're not going to listen, and blah, 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 you know. For me, it was that same exact thing, but I had people that really, really wanted me to understand, and I just couldn't grasp it. I just kept thinking that I was missing something. And the funny thing was, the people that were giving me the right information were the people that I was ignoring. All of the people that were telling me that this doesn't matter, and that like eventually you'll see, they were all my age. And because they were my age, I wrote them off, because how could somebody my age know what I don't know? Where all the people that weren't my age were the ones telling me that I should do this, and I'm listening to them. And again, you end up realizing that it's different. What's up, Molten? How you doing, man? I caught your podcast earlier. It's pretty nice. But yeah, like now I'm just kind of like, I don't expect anything from art other than to get better, you know. Oh no, it don't matter. I I was gonna watch you play. I didn't really want to play Helldivers. I don't really like. I haven't played Helldivers in a minute, so it's all right that it didn't work. I thought you were going to play with other people. I was just gonna watch. Now I'm just kind of relaxing and doing some art. Yeah, you got a nice formula. I can't wait until you start like really pushing it. And again, if you guys have any questions about art or tattooing, feel free to ask. I'm just kind of like just detoxing and doing my daily practice regimen or whatever. I don't know what's going to come of this. I might actually just stop and start drawing something else. I do that a lot, so that's how I got all these. Like, I'm just kind of like bouncing around. This is something that I was thinking about. And like I said, it was originally going to be Batman and Catwoman, but I was like, everybody does something like that. I want to draw somebody that's just not really. I want to draw what's not really conventional. You don't necessarily see Superman and Wonder Woman hugged up, you know. Oh yeah, I remember that. I really wish I could have done more with that. I loved it, but of course I've grown, and more grown up ink one would have done. I don't think I would have been able to do it in one night though. I definitely would have. I definitely would have had to spend more time on it. But I really wish I would have had more time to do way more. I think it would have been. I like it. Don't get me wrong. I love it, but I think I could have done way more. Yeah, that's pretty much it. As long as she loved it. But you know how artists are. It's like, dude, I the idea, like when I drew it, I was like, this is great. This will work. But then I'm like, oh man, I could have totally like, but then again, it's like, this is what you do. This is what you do, and you gotta settle down, because like what'll end up happening is you'll end up doing shit that the artist like, or that the client can't take. It's all about pain tolerance and all that, and you can't just kind of force that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, it was a lot for a single session. But yeah, I'm still proud of that whole moment. That whole weekend was great until the very end. That still holds up as one of the best weekends I've ever had in my life. I don't think I will ever have another weekend quite like that one, especially with art. It definitely is solidified as one of the best weekends I've had in a while. Yeah, dude, it was fucking great. And all I keep thinking is I want to go back to TwitchCon, but it will never be like that, because the people that were in that generation of TwitchCon are not there anymore. And I was watching TwitchCon on stream, like when it just happened, and I was like, honestly, it felt like AnimeCon. And there's nothing wrong with people that do anime. It's just not my scene. I don't think I would have had fun there, because it's literally just not my scene. And that's the thing that I like was looking at, was like, man, like I don't think I would have had fun. I really honestly don't think I would have had the fun that I should have had or could have had. Even though I was asked to go by several people, I don't sell art, so I would not be at a booth. And walking around, you could only see so much gaming and stuff like that. I don't know anybody other than the people I would have went with, and it wasn't like what we did last time, where it was like the entire art section was basically like, oh shit, this is, we're all gonna meet each other, because it was like a new thing. It was the first, I think, wasn't that like the first time they did Artist Alley? Or the first time they did a bigger Artist Alley? Because I think they did it before and people were like, Artist Alley was just like dumped in the corner, you know? Yeah, it was definitely lightning in a bottle. It was the first time I ever felt like a celebrity going places. It was also the point that I realized that I solidified a what do they call it? I solidified a trademark look for myself, because no one knew me without my hat on. The majority of people didn't even know who I was until I put on my hat, because I always wear a hat in all of my streams. And that was like the funniest shit ever. The Jenga game that we had. Were you there when we were playing Jenga at the little bar that we went to, the Artist Alley hangout? We had a Molten Ink like rented a bar, and we had like a little hangout, shindig or whatever. Yeah, you were there. You were there. Well, shit, that was the thing. It was like that with me and I was with Sticky and I was with Sticky and Too Senseless, and everybody noticed Sticky and Too Senseless, and they're like, "Oh my god, I love your art, and oh, you guys are so great and everything." And then when they realized I was standing there, like, "Oh my god, Ink, you're so tall." I'm like, I'm an artist too. Like, everybody was just like, "You're so tall." I think people kind of like forgot the fact that I did art because of how tall I was. Ren was taller than I expected. And it was funny because we were laughing about it when we were in line. And I was like, Ren the Yordle. And she was like, yeah. I was like, oh my God, you're so much taller than I thought. And she was like, yeah, people think just because I draw a Yordle that I'm short. And I'm like, the camera is misleading. I thought you were shorter. But she was actually like, was she like 5'7" or something like that? She was pretty tall. I was terrified. Oh yeah, fun times. I can't believe we didn't. Remember, we didn't find the VIP lounge until the very last day. We knew there was one, but we couldn't find it. Like the partner lounge, we couldn't find the partner lounge until the very last day, which was hilarious. And it was like literally right in front of us. We didn't go. I know we didn't go to the partner party or the like the TwitchCon like concert thing, because I remember I remember Sticky had to go back to the hotel because we ate a California burrito and he got the bubble guts, so he had to go back to the room or whatever. And then so we all went back to the room, and I was like, I'm going back to my Airbnb. And so I ended up, but then my phone ended up dying, so I had to go to Sticky's room to let my phone charge. And then once it charged, I went to my room or my Airbnb. The funny thing was, the people I was staying with, the girl that I stayed with, her and one of the guys were like fighting because the dude liked her and she didn't want to get with him or whatever. But on top of that, she had just got banned from TwitchCon, or got banned from Twitch right before she went to TwitchCon, which sucked because she couldn't go into convention because she was banned. And she, like, the funny thing is, she just got unbanned like years later, you know. Yeah, fun times, fun times. I don't think there will be another one like that, but I'm glad to be a part of it. And I have tons of pictures to remember it. I don't know about. I'm just trying this out, chat. I don't know if I want this to be, because I know I want, if I, yeah, I don't know if I would go with this. This would be the skirt version, which it would work, I guess. I don't know, man. I kind of just want to go with old Wonder Woman, like bathing suit thingy, but it probably because of the whole Gal Gadot, I don't think everybody would really even recognize the the old outfit. Well, the reason why I'm debating on whether or not to do the classic one or not is because the classic one is more revealing. The new one, it covers up a lot, and I don't know if I want a lot to be covered up. But at the same time, we are definitely not trying to go for sex appeal. So, like, the costume in itself is sex appeal. Yeah, I was thinking about my own design, but what would I really do? I don't know really. I mean, like, what would I really do for Wonder Woman? I like this. To be honest, I like her skirt design. I do, but but I when you're when you're not drawing her in like actiony stuff, it doesn't work really well. You know what I mean? Like, I have her hugged up on Superman, right? But like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it works that well for me. I could be overthinking it like normal, but you know, it's like whatever. I feel like it just doesn't. I feel like it conceals a lot of what I want to show off. But you're probably not going to see all of that anyways. That's the other thing, is that I do this a lot, and I told myself I was going to stop doing it. But what I'll end up doing is I'll draw in all this detail, and then when I crop it, it's out of the picture. You know, Is that Jeremy Stoltz Creations? Is that how you say that? Did I butcher it? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Welcome in. Welcome everybody from Jeremy Stoltz stream. If I mispronounce that, please correct me. I'm terrible at names, and I definitely don't want to ruin your name. Thank you for the raid. I'm iinnky, everybody, and I am drawing bullshit. I'm like trying to. Okay, so I do sketch. I'm doing 100 Days of Improvement, which it is canvases upon canvases upon canvases of nothing but utter whatever. The idea is to get better at drawing. It was supposed to be men. It has taken a turn because I have been drawing not men. Like I'm supposed to be getting better at drawing male figures because I did a book called Friends Don't Make Friends, Draw Waifus, and it totally took me away from the male side of my creativity, and I'm trying to get better or as good at drawing males as I am at drawing females now. You know, ultimately, I don't know if any of you guys know this, but when you spend a long time drawing female waifus, you tend to forget how to draw pretty much anything else. And it was kind of why I was trying to not do it, but we do what the audience demands. So yeah, this whole 100 Days of Improvement was basically based on me trying to get better at drawing male characters, but I am very good at drawing female characters, and I tend to always want to add them into stuff. This thing was supposed to be something completely different. It was going to be Batman and Catwoman, but I was like, people do that all the time, you know. And so I decided to do something that was like unconventional. A lot of people don't ever see, well, mostly you just never see Superman and Wonder Woman. But in Injustice, if you know the story, they hooked up. And they were kind of like dictators or whatever or whatnot, but they were like involved or whatever. There is a storyline where Superman and Wonder Woman had a kid. It was one of those timeline things or whatever, but it definitely existed. But I was like, why not? Why don't people ever draw the unconventional relationships that people don't talk about, you know? I started 100 Days of Improvement myself, but I just recently received a 2,220 days in a row of improvement. Listen. I don't know what days of improvement I'm on. I started the 100 Days of Improvement, and then I trailed off into, okay, so I did a project a long time ago called The 100, which was 100 superheroes and villains. The idea was to get it to where I would draw every superhero and villain that people asked me to draw, and then I wouldn't have to draw it anymore. Simple enough, right? Yeah, it would be simple if I actually finished it. But I never did, so, you know, my whole thing is that when I have this big, giant, I have this understanding that if you draw people what they ask you to draw, they typically stop asking you to draw it. I made a book. I don't know if any of you guys have been here before, but if you look at my profile, you'll be able to find it. But we made a book. This book was one of those things that came from me drawing what people asked me to draw. My whole entire stream used to always ask me to draw waifus. I don't like drawing waifus. Not women. I like to draw my women more actiony, like Wonder Woman and stuff like that. Unfortunately, because of how things change, people don't necessarily want that. People want waifus, which can create a problem because if you don't like drawing waifus and people want waifus, it creates a conflict of interest. With that being said, I ended up making an entire book. It's 200 pages of how I draw waifus. I was like, well, the only way I'm going to be able to get out of this is if I show people how I do it and then put it on them. So the general idea was like, hey, I'm going to draw and show you guys how I do it, and then I'm going to just pretend like I never did it anymore. And this is what we ended up coming up with. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. This is for those of you that sub. We have a Discord, and in that Discord there is a subsection. And in that subsection, you can get a free copy of this. Also, I have Patreon. If you subscribe to my Patreon, you get a free copy of the book. But if you're more of the physical copy type person, there is a physical copy. That link is in my bio. But this is what came of that whole thing. The 100 is pretty much going to be similar, except for it's going to be the male equivalent to this, where basically, well, the superhero equivalent, how I go about drawing and what my drawing process is for drawing superheroes. And then I am going to segue into doing 3D modeling. All while, again, I'm a tattoo artist. I do tattooing. Tattooing is my breadwinner. So I'm doing all of this all the while doing tattooing. But if this seems like something you would be interested in knowing, again, it's not a how-to book. It's a why-to book. It is literally why I do the things that I do. That's it. It has a lot of how-to stuff in it, but it explains why I choose the way I draw things and why I choose like the poses that I do, and it gives you a general understanding of why I do it. This is kind of the general concept of the 100, or the, I haven't really thought of a name for it yet. It might be drawn the iinnky way. I don't know. I haven't really thought of a name, but right now it's called the 100, which is 100 superheroes and villains, but it's going to be more than that. The 100 superheroes and villains is more naturally going to be the art gallery part of it. The front part is going to be how I go about drawing them and the whole process. Because I feel like there's no point in me. I've never felt like you should make an art book and just throw art in it. Though I buy those books, I believe that my book should have more substance to it. You know, and I don't think that people, I think that if people like what you do and they buy it, they kind of buy it to study it and learn how you do it. So why not give them the answers and give them some art in the process? So that's kind of what I generally am aiming for with this whole thing, is like I'm trying to give you answers and some art, especially art you have never seen. So a lot of these images have not safe for work versions, or versions that aren't on the internet, because that's just how we roll, you know. So, but you can see the not safe for work versions and stuff like that on my Patreon if you are interested in that sort of thing. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing over here. I do tattoos, but I very rarely draw tattoos and stuff on stream. I used to talk about it all the time. I talk about it sometimes now. But I do, if you have any questions about it, I am an open book. If you are on a tattoo journey, I'd love to hear about it. Like things of that nature and stuff like that. Hey, Mr. Blu-ray, how you doing? But yeah, from where I came from, so just let's just give you a general idea of how far I've come in this whole thing. So this is the project that I'm trying to redo, right? About 5 years ago, I don't know if I kind of say 5 years ago, but I'm thinking it was longer, because I was still doing traditional then. I haven't done traditional in years. Regardless, the 100, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't get through it. I got to 50. And then I just kind of trickled off and stopped. But you can see my transition from drawing traditionally to digital. All the ones with gray backgrounds are traditional, and then of course it just stops having gray backgrounds, and that's when I started drawing ultimately digital. A lot of these drawings are about 5 years old, but I have recently been going back and just kind of like redrawing them. So this was like the poison ivy I did a week ago versus the poison ivy that I did 5 years ago. Now, granted, I haven't been drawing superheroes and stuff like that. I just recently started doing it maybe like a couple months ago, because I wanted to do more original stuff, because I want to train my brain to think original. not superheroes. So in any case, yeah. But I've been going back, redoing like all these superheroes and stuff that I drew back in the day, trying to make better versions. This is my, I think I still love this action pose. This is, of course, Batgirl. And this was old Batgirl. I like this costume, but this costume reminds me too much of Batman. I wanted something that felt more like traditional Batgirl. This is one of her costumes. This is also one of her costumes. This feels more like what a Batgirl would dress like. You know what I mean? Like it seems more amateurish. You know, it doesn't seem like serious and all techie like Batman's costume. This seems like, you know, I'm gonna be Batgirl whether you want me to be or not, and I'm gonna wear my boots and my jeans and whatever and make my own costume. You know, I love that look. So that's what I drew. This is Batman Returns. If any of you guys are comic book nerds, you know who Batman Returns is. Emma Frost. I didn't originally draw Emma Frost, but I wanted to. I believe this whole look was, I was trying out something new. I usually like my stuff to look a little bit more on the cartoony side, like comic booky, like more movement wise. This is going to be Kingpin. This is a concept I have for Kingpin. I don't think I'm going to roll with it, but like I want more movement in my designs, kind of like her. I don't like my designs to be as stiff. Like this one has a little movement, but I feel like the Penguin is kind of stiff. Yeah, I want it to have movement like that. This is what I'm aiming for when I'm trying to hone my style. I want my style to have a lot more movement. I don't want such sharp edges and boring straight lines, and I don't want a lot of like realistic shadowing and detail. I want it to be playful. You know what I mean? I want it to feel like it is a depiction of what reality would be like, not actual reality. You know what I mean? And then kind of go from there. But that's kind of the idea of why I'm practicing. I'm practicing because I know what I want my art to look like, and it's just not there yet. Of course, people are going to see it, and they're going to think it is awesome and whatever, and that's awesome. But I also want to give them something more to look forward to, and while I'm doing that, I want to share with them what my vision of my art is going to be, so that they can potentially grow and learn from it and stuff like that. I definitely don't want to leave it just kind of like the way that it is. I think I kind of want to do her like little sash thingy that goes over her shoulder, and then probably have it like come over the back, and it'll be inside of his cape. Like she'll have one, but it'll be like inside of his, you know, like you'll see hers inside of his. Like his will be more overshadowing hers. Again, I don't know what I'm doing with any of these. These aren't to be posters. I'm not aiming to sell any of this. This is just practice. But your practice should be on the same level as what you would consider art. So when you're asked to do art, or you want to do per se art for money or whatever, it's not a chore, because you do it all the time. So it's like, oh, well, so now I'm just going to do what I normally do, but I'm going to be a little bit more meticulous about the things that I do, instead of just kind of like right now, I don't care about what I'm doing. And if it starts turning out like something I don't like, I'm just going to go and do something else. That is the beautiful part of it, is like, I don't have to feel like I'm forced to do this. If I decide that it's just not working, all right, this isn't working, I'm going to move to something else. I'm going to just start drawing something completely new. And that's how I end up with all these different sketches, because I just, at a certain point, it's like, all right, I don't know what else I want to do with this. I'm going to move on. It's the whole part of the improvement process. Like you're improving your thought process. The other thing that it's improving is it is improving my ability to let go of art. Meaning I can draw something and I'm not attached to it. The minute it's done, I'm done. I'm not gonna hang out and be like, "Holy shit, this is something super duper cool." I don't know if I'm gonna be able to top this. After I get done, I stop caring. I just literally don't want to keep thinking about it. I want to move on to the other thing, which I believe helps a lot. Like a lot of people don't ever really do that, but you should. You got to learn how to let go of your artwork. You also got to learn how to start something, let it rest, and come back to it later. Because a lot of times you can't necessarily form a full thought process when you're working, and walking away and coming back later will help that, like, help you fill in the blanks. You know, so I like this whole concept, but there are definitely gaps in it that I'm like, all right, I don't know necessarily what I want to do with this. And you don't want to sit there and try to bang it out, because you'll end up doing something that you don't necessarily want to do, and you could end up ruining a piece that could be great because you're trying to rush through it. I have definitely learned to stop doing that. I have gotten to the point where I understand what my polishing process is. So once I get the image exactly where I want it to do, I know what I need to do to go back to add my finish to it. You know, that pop out polish that I'm talking about, like the part that brings it right to where, all right, this is what the finished piece is going to look like. At first I couldn't do that. At first I used to do the sketch part and then struggle with all the little details and odds and ends and stuff like that. But as like with anything else, I realize that it is not that serious. I put too much thought into stuff, and I should probably just get it done and move on. And the minute I started thinking like that, that's the minute when I started getting more freedom with what I do. And I started understanding that. Another thing is you torture yourself because you think that other people are going to see things that they don't see. That is a huge thing that I noticed that I used to do, was like, holy crap, I got to do this because what are people thinking? It's like, you know what? I mean, we say this a lot and we don't practice it, but you got to stop thinking about what other people are going to think about your work. 9 times out of 10, they don't care as much as you think they do. We care way more than they do, and they are just happy to see artwork being done. And as soon as I got to be at that point of understanding that, holy shit, I am the one that's making this harder on myself, because I keep telling myself stuff that's just not there. Like, a lot of people just are happy with just seeing art. The reason why I'm doing it like this with the cape or whatever is because I'm trying to learn how to. I would get into this habit where I would force myself to draw full like finished pieces, where I don't necessarily need to do that. Like, I mean, what I mean finished pieces, like finished poses all the way down to the bottom. I don't have to do that, but for some reason I had pushed myself to believe I had to do it. So every time I would draw something, I would always be in this mode where it's got to be finished. It's got to be the legs and everything. Not just, I can't just draw the upper body. I have to draw everything, which it helped with certain things, but it also hindered because it stopped me from doing stuff because I'm like, I like the concept, but I'm not sure if I can draw these feet, or I'm not sure if I can do this thing, or like I tend to get stuck on certain parts that I haven't really learned how to do as much as I should have, and it would stop me from doing a piece because I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do when I get to this point. Now I'm just like, you know what? I'll figure it out when I get there. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be what I'm making it out to be, and I'm overthinking it. With Superman, I hate drawing Superman, and I don't think I'm ever going to actually enjoy drawing Superman. And the reason for that is that Superman has one of those faces that it actually is a standard superhero face, but it's one of them faces that is very hard to get right for me. I'm more likely to draw Batman because Batman is wearing a mask or whatever than Superman. It's not so much his face, it's his freaking hair. That stupid curl in the front, like as soon as I mess up the curl, it's like the rest of the face is like whatever. This little curly thing right there. Dude, it is the bane of existence. And I'm like, I always get stuck on that part where when I start doing the detail of the hair, I always get mad because it's like that curl doesn't connect the way that I want it to. And then I always I'm staring at it. I know other people aren't staring at it, but I'm hyper aware of what it looks like, and I'm being pissed off because it's not turning out the way that I want it. Art shit. And then I'm mad because it's off when it really isn't that much off. I'm just making it, you know how it is. Like you're kicking yourself over something that's not that serious. You're making it that serious. I'm sure we've all been there. I do like the concept that I came up with. I think this is a nice concept. I mean, I think I'm happy with choosing this as the finished design for this sketch. The idea is I'm trying to do more. I'm trying to do more multi-person imagery instead of just doing one single person. I want to do more multiple people in the sketch. I want to do more teams. I think the last team that I did, what was the last team that I did? I think the last team I did was Ninja Turtles? Well, Batman and Robin, or I did that, but think Ninja Turtles or the Spider-Man. This is the Spider-Man team. This is the last team that I did. But I also did Ninja Turtles before that, and then I was trying to do multiple people in a design, and I was like, well, let's just draw all the Spider-Man or whatever, Spider-Verse, whatever. And then I also was I never drew Ninja Turtles before, ever. I've always wanted to draw them, but I told myself the design of the characters were too simplistic. And that was just my way of saying I didn't know how to tackle the Ninja Turtles. And I was like, it's not going to be that big a deal because they're so simplistic, but I ended up drawing them anyways, and I love this piece. It's not, of course, finished. It's because a lot of these are just sketches because I love to sketch, but I am definitely, I'm trying to get away from this, where all of these are just one-person shots, which is good for trading cards or whatever, but if you're trying to show off your art skill set, you have to have more in the image than just one person doing that person's whatever. You know what I mean? these with the sketches in the background are cool, but if I were to do these today, they would be completely different than just, this is basically me learning as much as I could about the character and then drawing the character and then not liking what I drew when I started coloring it in. Like, I think that this is more of a Kingpin-y look to me. He feels more like Kingpin. Like, when you look at this one, he looks kind of stumpy, and I don't really necessarily like the stumpy look. I want him to look big and gigantic. This doesn't look gigantic. This looks short and stumpy. He looks powerful, but like in a short way. He looks like Joe Pesci, where I want him to be like, I want him to feel massive. But this is what it's all about, is like redrawing and reimagining with my years of practice that I've had, and my knowledge of what I want things to look like, adding it to using my new skill set to do the things that I've always imagined that I would do. You know what I mean? Yeah, the one with his hands behind the back feels more like what a Kingpin would look like. Now, just imagine him standing in front of like a giant glass window overlooking the city. Like, this looks like a Kingpin. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm one of the most powerful people in the city, and you guys are all ants. Now, I could do the other pose that I had showed before, just redrawn in my style of today, and it would probably go off a lot better, but I don't know. I don't draw a lot of heroes from the back, and I was like, I need to draw a lot more heroes facing away. I also don't draw a lot of people hugged up, so that's why this is here, is because I'm like, hugged up superhero, you know what I mean? Like, people will be able to enjoy the whole Superman Wonder Woman thing. It'll debate. It'll get people to talk, which is what you want. You want people to talk about it. Some people will be like the people that don't know will be like, that'll never happen. She's an Amazon, blah, 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 blah. Other people will be like, they already hooked up in like an alternate dimension. Actually, in all the cartoons they do with the Justice League, they always show him like crushing on her. They never actually hook up though, but they they do find each other attractive. It's just, alpha male, alpha woman. They tend to not meet in the middle in a lot of case scenarios. Yeah, I feel like this captures that feel that I'm looking for. I thought Aquaman and Wonder Woman's relationship in Flashpoint was interesting. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. You seeing as though Aquaman is like a joke. I like how they turned Aquaman into someone that people actually gave a shit about, because the old Aquaman, my era of Aquaman, was a fucking joke. He was like a joke. Like the thing was, it was like an unspoken joke, like fish boy, you know what I mean? Like, you can do everything underwater, but like, you're not going interstellar and all of that. You're just Atlantis guy. That's kind of how that always came off. I'm glad they are finally giving him his flowers and giving him. And then, of course, the boys came out and they doubled down on it. Because the Deep is literally old Aquaman. Like, you can talk to fish and make fish do stuff. And it's like, quite naturally, like, you know what I mean? You know who I haven't seen in a while? That would be really crazy if they made remade an appearance in the Justice League. They did a parody in Teen Titans Go, but Zan and Jaina, the Wonder Twins, which were original members of the Justice League, but you never see them. And the funny thing is I never knew my entire childhood while watching the Justice League that basically Jaina had all the powers. I never knew that Zan can only transform into water shit, and she can transform into everything else. I never actually, like, I was like, why are they making fun of him? And I'm like, wait a minute, holy crap. It's true. Like, Zan can only turn into, like, you know, Ice Unicycle. It's shit like that. But, like, Jaina could turn into anything. It was like, holy shit. I don't know. I kind of want this. I want his cape to be like this, but I want to try something first. I kind of. How many of you guys remember the Wonder Twins? They were not a very memorable part of the Justice League, but they were a part. Yeah, like, as a young person, I watched the Super Friends. Like Super Friends was like that Saturday morning lineup that you watched. And I never put two and two together. It never actually dawned on me until, like, I was like, oh shit, wait a minute. Like, Teen Titans did the whole little skit, and they had them like working in the office because they only really needed Jaina. But she couldn't, they were a package deal. She was like, well, we're a package deal because, like, of course, she couldn't change without him because they had to bump gloves or whatever. And, you know, I was like, that's so fucking funny that I never, and that was when I was like, I had that holy shit moment where it was like, this motherfucker can only change into water. Like, I never knew that. It was definitely one of them moments where it was like, holy shit, Zan is useless. Which basically means if you kill one of them, the other one is, that was how it was always anyways. If one dies, the other one is useless. Like they don't have powers anymore. See how that's more exciting of a look. Now again, I don't know how this is gonna look if I were to separate it and put it on like a canvas, but for the sake of this drawing, it looks more dynamic. Again, if you guys have any questions about art and or tattooing, feel free to ask. I know I've been really farting around on this drawing for a minute. It's a lot longer than I should be, but it's whatever. Again, I have a 24/7 art channel for those of you guys that don't know, where I know a lot of artists. The thing that I was thinking about was like a lot of artists like to just have people drawing in the background or things going on in the background while they do art. And a lot of people that watch my streams like that I talk a lot, and it just helps them practice and draw. So I just took the last 10 years of my drawing like streams and put it on a channel that doesn't ever go off. It's 24/7. And generally anytime I do an art stream, it'll just be added into the rotation. That's the general idea. But for people that need background noise or just inspiration to draw every day, like I have a 24-hour channel. What I'm going to be doing, because what I want to do in the future is hold like art contests, like actual art contests where it's like, hey, submit your art, and then I will probably, I'm the whole thing is I don't know if I want the community to decide or just have a panel of judges. I don't really necessarily like the whole thing of judges, but judges makes it cleaner, where the community is. The thing is like with the community of artists or community of people doing it, the community has to want to do it. I can't, because it has to be one of them things where like, all right, well, cast your vote, or whatever. And everybody has to be involved, because I don't want 6 people voting and then it like, the votes are rigged, where a panel of judges, if I pick judges, it'll be judges from, of course, the community to pick the winner or whatever. It's not going to just be a one-time thing. If it goes well, it'll be like an annual thing where it'll be like a cash prize or whatever. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing, is it's hard to find judges that are not biased. Everybody has their form of art that they like. And I want it to be fair, which I don't think a lot of people like. You know what I mean? Like that's why you have. I don't want more than 3 judges. I will probably be one of them because I mean I'm paying the money, but I need 2 other judges that are available, which is the big thing, to judge and are not biased. But I'm probably going to do that. That's probably going to be one of the things I do on the 24-hour channel, where I'll announce the competition. It'll be in our Discord, and then I'll announce the winner on the 24-hour channel. Like, I'm not going to ever go live on the channel, but I'll like have it in the bio or whatever, you know, stuff like that. I'm kind of thinking of a way of like, I don't want it. I definitely want it to be the community, but I don't want the general idea is to get people to sub to the channel, right? And I want it to be like, you know, people that actually give a shit about the community, and they're not there just because what'll end up happening is if I let anybody enter, what'll happen is people won't necessarily watch the stream. They'll just come to enter the competition, you know, and then you have a bunch of people that aren't actively in the channel. They're just there for however many, you know, minutes or whatever, or hours, or I want the channel to grow. Not this channel, the 24-hour channel to grow. This channel, generally all I have to do is just fucking be on and it'll grow naturally. I just kind of want to lean more into doing more gaming on this channel, which is not an easy thing to do when you've been drawing for years. Just so you guys know, if you are ever thinking of doing streaming, please be sure you know what you're getting yourself into, because the thing that you have to understand about streaming is consistency. Not only consistently being online, but consistently doing the thing that you do, because your community is built on the thing that you do. If you're going to be a variety streamer, you must first have a normal game to build your community, or a normal art that you do to build your community. And then once your community is built and you have people that just love to see you do what you do, then you can trickle into whatever else it is that you do. That's pretty much how that works. With that being said, if you want to follow the 24-hour channel, here's the link. It is Ink Nation, iinnky, NATION. Also, the funny thing is like, I'm paying my son to keep this channel live. because like our internet sometimes just goes down for no reason, and he's always here anyway, so I'm like, hey, I'll pay you to just make sure the channel stays live. Also, what's going to end up happening, I didn't mention this before, but what's going to end up happening is I'm going to end up coloring a lot of these, and when I color them, I'm also going to be time-lapsing the coloring and all of that. So those videos will be in the 24-hour channel as like little snippets, like little commercials in between each VOD. I think that'd be like a cool little thing to add to it, because it's you know, it's more than just reruns. And then also you might get a chance to see some finished art that you didn't get to see because it was Patreon only, yada yada yada, all that shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, I kind of got involved in this one. I'm kind of invested in it now. Like I usually have, I would have already peeled off and started drawing something else, but I kind of got invested in this one. I got to figure out how I want to shade his stomach in because I don't want it to look. I don't want the fat, like the chubby looking superhero stomach look. His belt. From his belt to the side. Again, I don't want it to be too stiff either. So. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You know, the funny thing is that drawing this kind of stuff makes me way better at drawing like tattoo stuff because I feel a lot more freedom when I draw the tattoo stuff than I used to. Before I used to feel real restricted, but it's because I used to do a lot of restrictive type art when I drew uh, stuff like this. Forcing myself to be less restrictive when I draw my characters, it transferred over to my tattoo art. My tattoo art is more flowy, like Art Nouveau ish, because I do like sleeves and stuff like that. And I try to force myself into not doing like I definitely don't want my shit to be stiff, and it has to have a lot of moving lines so that when it wraps around whatever it's wrapping around, because it's going to be like a full sleeve or whatever, it's easier to manipulate that. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the concept in general because what I was originally going to do was completely different. What I was originally going to do was going to be Batman and Catwoman. And I was like, well, and I moved that concept to a separate sheet because I was like, well, I don't know if this is going to work. And if it doesn't work, I'll still have the Batman and Catwoman intact, and I could just go and do the Batman and Catwoman, which, would have been, I think it would have been way easier to pull off. But this turned out better. I like this. Funny thing is, I'm drawing all this stuff, and I have not yet thought about how I was going to put it together to be any kind of a project. I just know I need examples. And when I did my last book, I was struggling with like I would have sections, and I would write the sections out, and it was already a struggle to get the sections written out. But then I would write the sections out, and then I would be like, I don't know what I want to put as far as like words to describe what it is that I'm like doing. Like, I don't really know what I actually want to put, and then I'm like, all right, now I got to figure out what kind of images I want to put. And now I don't have the images that fit the words that I put because I didn't, or it's not the proper angle. That's the thing. It's like, all right, I got the image, but now the angle's off, which is generally something that happens a lot. So I feel like if I have a lot of sketches and stuff like that, I can pick through. And it's general, like the for the most part, when you do stuff like that with like a book, you have the beginning of the chapter and a key design, and that key design is kind of like a representation of what the entire chapter is going to be about. Like feet, you have somebody with, showcasing a foot or whatever, you know what I mean? But what I was running into was I had a whole bunch of drawings of hot girls when I was doing my waifu book, but none of them actually showcased what I wanted to showcase. So if I was talking about drawing heads, I never really had like a close-up shot of a girl's head drawn really detailed, or hair. It was always just a bunch of girls doing sexy poses. And I was like, man, like now I have to, not only do I have to go draw this thing, I have to color it, because the key, I made all the key images color, so that I couldn't just draw it and put it in the book. It had to be colored. So now I had to draw this key image that I had to make up on the fly because I didn't do it when I was supposed to be doing it, and I have to color it. And I had, and then of course I did one image, and it turned out so good that it made me redraw several images, because I was like, these images aren't going to work. I can't have this one really good image and the rest of these images look like shit. So now I have to draw all these images over again because I've improved while I was that's like the fucking, like, you would think it was cool, but it is the worst when you're doing a book and you improve while you're doing the book. So now the old art that you started off with, okay, example time. Let me save this. Example time. I put this in the front of the book for this specific reason. If you've read the book, you already know, you've seen this part or whatever. But for those of you guys that haven't, general idea of what I'm talking about. It's a big book, so it takes a long time for it to load, but whatever. All right, so this page right here pretty much sums up what I went through when I was designing this book. That was like super frustrating, but this page. So when I started off drawing the book, I drew like this. Literally, all of my art looked like the panel on the left. It was very rushed, very stiff, but it was females. You know what I mean? And I was like, you know, as I started going on, I started learning how to draw the females to look more sexy, make things look tighter, make things look more like, I don't know, like fluffy, soft, all that stuff. I also learned how to concept better, how to catch an angle, how to make things that would normally be, how do I say, normally be what minuscule or kind of like, you know, pointless to draw, stand out. And also how to get like the meaning of what you're doing across, like making it matter, doing the extra mile. The image on the left was me just wanting to bang out a bunch of drawings as fast as possible. It was very rushed. I didn't even color this. My friend Too Senseless colored it. And for the most part, she did a great job with it, with what she had to work with. The one on the right is drawn by me and drawn by me and colored by me. It's what I actually had envisioned. But this is what happens when you have a vision, but you have to let someone else do it. Your vision never truly comes to life because I don't tell people what to do when they color my stuff. I'm like, color it, do what you want to do. But this was the vision that I had. And it showed the difference in how I grew. My art changed, everything changed. But if I had this in the book and then I did this as like a key image, it would make this look old. And I was like, I can't have both of these like in the book, right? So I had images that I had drawn for the chapters that I had to redraw because they didn't look as good as the ones that I would draw. Like this girl, her original drawing looked way different. Had to redraw it because it, you know, like I had to redraw it. Like it just didn't fit the rest of them. What was another one? That's the funny thing. This was the original drawing. I forgot I still had it in the book, but this is the key drawing for it. See the difference in the way they look? I forgot I left her in there. Like a lot of the ones, like this one right here, I never colored, but this was a redraw of the key image. This one never got drawn because I was like, I don't really feel like drawing it or coloring it in. I drew it and I was like, the image is there, whatever, people will get it. Like a lot of these I don't like coloring. But I think a lot of these would have popped if I would have colored them, but I don't like to color. But I did what I could with what I was working with, you know, like this image right here was not here at all. But I was like, size matters. The reason why I picked this image is that it showed off the body styles. And I was like, you know what you never see people do in a sexy way? Pregnant girls. I think pregnant women are super attractive. But people don't really draw them like that because it'll come off as like a fetish or whatever. But I was like, I'm going to draw as my key image. And I used to draw a lot of images that were like pregnant. Like for a while, it was one of them ongoing. It was a running gag. I would draw a character and then before you know it, I would just give it like a big old pregnant belly. And people would be like, what the hell? And I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I mean, hey, it is what it is. But yep. So now when I draw, I think a lot more about that kind of stuff. Sorry, pregnant women are not in my playlist. Well, that's you. You are one person in billions. Like, everything isn't for everybody. And no, we don't draw things for specifically you. You know what that makes it? You know what I realize? Because that is a thing. A lot of people get one guide when they draw stuff, because you will get one guy or girl, not necessarily always a guy, that will be like, I don't like this sort of thing. And then people will just not draw it because that person. Me, I'm like, all right, well, I'm drawing it. And that just gives you that gives you that. For me, I'm like, if I draw it and you don't like it, that means that you are just not that important. Like, it's just, you're not, well, if I draw it and you don't like it, well, guess what? You know, I had to start doing that because I used to get one guide a lot. You know, I didn't want to draw waifus in the first place, and the last thing I was going to be doing is being told what waifus to draw. I'm like, if you want me to draw these big busty women and stuff like that, yeah, you're going to get some fucking weird ones. People would ask me to draw some really weird stuff that I didn't want to draw, and then complain when I draw. Then complain about what I would draw. But again, like, if you're an artist, you got to understand that that's what you want. You also want people that don't really like what you're doing, because it's not for everybody. If you get people to comment or question, that's the nature of art. The nature of art is that it's not for everybody. A piece of art, what was that? Who was that said that a game for everybody is a game for no one? That's the same thing with art. A piece of art for everybody is a piece of art for no one. And generally speaking, people that don't like certain things, generally the stuff that they like is like way worse in your eyes. You know. John Madden did not say that. John Madden literally makes one fucking game. And he didn't even make it. John Madden is the reason why we don't have quality football games right now. F John Madden's. Not him in general. His game. And the people that license the NFL names. Let the names go so that people can make quality football games, because you guys are not doing it. You are monopolizing the growth of football. You get the same hood motherfuckers every year playing the game, and it never evolves, which is why people just don't care about it anymore. Sports games are taking a dive because they're stuck behind licensing, and people just can't get the names that they need for. People have to have their favorite fighters in the game, and people can't get the names and stuff because of the licensing stuff. I mean, it is business, so at the end of the day, it is what it is, but it fucking sucks. I'm gonna have to do like the hair color, like coloring his hair. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to imagine what I want to do with his stomach area. A part of me wants to make him like super duper ripped, but I don't think I necessarily need to do it. Hmm. The other thing that I learned is like when you're drawing, sketching, don't do this when you sketch, all right? I'm just gonna let you guys know in advance before you get deep into it and you end up finding it out the hard way. When you sketch, don't get lost in the habit of just putting down whatever. I'm saying this because what you will end up doing, and we all tend to do this, is you get so comfortable with the sketch that you don't necessarily think about what makes sense, and then you end up coloring the damn sketch and you're like, what the fuck was I thinking about? Like this. I will have to go back and literally figure out how I want the folds in these arms to go, like the sleeves. Because if I were to ever color this, how am I going to color it? I have no idea what I was thinking about doing. I just kind of scribbled in what I thought would go there. And me scribbling in what I thought would go there will end up biting me in the ass later if I ever decide to color this, because I'm like, I don't know what the hell I was doing here. You know, I do that with a lot of stuff, like where I will have to go back and actually make sense of it, or it just won't get colored because I'm just like, I'm not. Like a lot of this right here would either be blackened in or this would just stay as a sketch, because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of little things that just don't make sense because I didn't figure out. So like the neck area right here, I like the way the neck area looks, and because I use my previous sketches as reference, I didn't want to lose that neck area, because I may have to draw this pose again someday and I need to know how that neck looks on that side. It's the first time I've drawn it where I actually like it, which is generally what happens a lot. So, but then I'll end up going to color this and be like, what the hell was I doing with this? And like, I get lost. That happens a lot. Thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. So I like a lot of the things that I do, I kind of like have to kind of really think about it. Ketmo's Designs, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Guys, give me a minute. I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. One quick minute. Is going to be it's not going to be very much there at all. It's going to be more like magenta, orange. This is like an orange red. So it's going to be like an orange red, a lot of orange, a lot of yellow. I thought about that like all fucking day.
In the shower. Okay, so last time I streamed, right, we did one of those damn things that our stream always does, where we drift into a convo about some shit that just doesn't make any sense. We started talking about people that shit in the shower, which I didn't know was a thing, but apparently it's a fucking thing. And it's like, why? Just I don't know, man. Just fucking to each their own, but fuck, dude, like don't. I read that fucking article and I'm like, dude, the guy is he's a good man for like fucking being able to endure that shit. If I found out that my girl was pooping in the shower, like there is no fucking man. That's just you know. Yeah, the conversation just went places. We were talking about people pooping in the shower, and then there was some other shit we started talking about. It drifted into like weird sex stuff, like sounding and docking. But don't look any of these things up, guys, if you don't know what they are. Like seriously, I know how you guys are on fucking social media. Don't look that shit up. It's fucked up. You know, the fact that I know about it just hurts my heart, but you know, it's like people do this kind of shit. We were also playing games. So when I'm gaming, look, man, it's no holds barred. You cannot be upset with the shit that happens in the street. That would mean what I'm talking about. Poor Vander was so pissed off that there were people that actually do that shit, and I was right there with her. But shit in the shower, just like a lot of people when they get into streaming, they get this idea in their head that you have to have certain things. Motherfucker, just turn the camera. That's all you need. She is thick, right? Wouldn't you like to have a book about something like this? Just saying. This is gonna be a thing. I read Sonya's thick. This is Red Sonja, by the way. I just kind of I do test sheets. People ask me to draw stuff. I don't like to draw fan art. I actually hate fan art. But people ask me to draw shit all the time. And I learned the best way to get people to stop asking me to draw stuff is just to draw it. So what you do is you draw it and you put it up for them to get for free and don't worry about it. Color of both. How hot it is, how does the light look, that's actually pretty interesting. I didn't know. To be honest, I honestly thought that lightning was like all the same, like temperature or voltage. I thought a bolt of lightning was literally the same. That's interesting. Now we know. See, and that's the other thing too, is you can when you have a character that has like powers, how come nobody educates you on the way the powers? Well, some people do, but how come most people don't educate you on how the powers work? You can sneak education in on people, you know, because people will question, why is this doing this and why is that doing that? And you can just kind of slip in education. Remember, that's kind of how they got me on a lot of stuff that I remember about shit. How they slip that educational thing in there to teach you in order and also to make you understand why a superhero's costume or a superhero's powers do what they do. So I don't care. I just want the print to be this size on the fucking shirt. And they're like, it's supposed to print that size. And I'm like, it's not. This is what is being sent out, and people are getting frustrated, and so am I. They don't understand why. But when you put the request in, what they're getting is a template that says this is what's supposed to be. It's working. You know what? I'm okay with you clipping stuff. Your clips are actually pretty funny. He's like, I'm like, some of the clips that you watch, you doing stupid shit, I'm like, yeah. So the background is basically going to be fire and brimstone. So you're gonna basically have like, I'm probably gonna put like smoke or something like that in the background, or flames like rushing up from the ground or whatever, all around the outside. And the background is gonna be like fireballs and shit like that falling from the sky, which is what you're basically seeing now in drawing. Well, like fireballs, like basically like what you would see is if a volcano erupted, lava was like flying toward the ground, toward the general area, and more business and more mind state than anything. You can learn how to put ink in skin, as in draw lines on skin, in literally 2 weeks. It's the aspect of learning how to do all of that with your art that's going to take you forever. If I were your mentor, I could teach you how to draw a line on skin in no time. But it would teach you, it would take you forever to learn how to apply that to your art. You have to work on physics, like physics for school. Oh God, schoolwork just. Oh man, I am so happy I'm just not in school. School just doesn't sound enticing to me at all anymore, because I realize that as an artist, you don't necessarily need to go to school, though it's not bad to go. When I realized that I didn't have to go to college to do the art that I wanted to do, I was like, I'm not going to school. It's not like I don't hate school. I don't hate learning. I just hate learning stuff that I don't need. You know, if you show someone your tattoo and they do the whole, well, I mean, if you like it or something of that extent, it's just the tattoo isn't something that appeals to them. Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. It's just, they don't really care for it. And it's even worse when you think your tattoo is like super cool, and then you see someone with the same concept, just a better tattoo, and then you get that regret where you're like, oh, this guy, and it's like, that person didn't do that. You did that. You did that to your own piece. Don't blame the artist, because if you taught anything in the grand scheme of getting a tattoo, the thing that you're taught is check your tattoo, make sure you like it before you get it put on your body. It's permanent. So if you get it put on your body and you know it's permanent and you don't say anything about it, it's just as much your fault as it is the tattoo artist. For the tattoo until the person starts touching you. I mean, like, if you paid for your deposit or whatever, and you come and the tattoo artist change something, or you're just really not happy with it and you have a second thought, please. Like, just don't sign up for something and you're gonna regret later. Yeah, again, do that. Done. Something that you do. Not seeing them stop themselves from getting themselves in a situation. No problem. Thanks for stopping in. Good luck on your. Well, that's the thing. Is like, yeah, I was like that when I first started drawing on Twitch. I would draw a lot of the same stuff. I would do it because it was safe. I know exactly why I was doing it. I was doing it because it was safe. Hold on. I was afraid that. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, chat. Ugh. Well, hopefully you guys are having a good night. Again, I generally don't spend that much time on a sketch, but I think this is going to probably turn into something more. And
I'm just trying to work out all the things that'll probably give me a problem later on. Now, so it won't give me a problem later on. I don't like his eyeball. That's because I don't draw. For some reason, I don't draw. I don't spend enough time drawing like the front-facing, like. That's better. Never mind. Forget what I said. Well, that's the thing is superheroes. Like, I don't really, when I draw superheroes, I don't think of them as superheroes. I just think of them as like regular people dressed up in costumes. So you have your different body styles. Of course, everybody has their preferable body styles. I have 5 for men, 4 for women. That start off my character design. So if I'm drawing like Kingpin's design would be more like body style number 3 and 4 put together, which is more like the buff superhero, like the big buff burly superhero and the fat superhero put together to give you more of a, like a husky type look, not like Superman. Superman is the typical, the carbon, like the cutout version of what a superhero, like the top tier superhero would look like. Like in most superhero cartoons or whatever, the protagonist has like the protagonist usually has a Superman type body for a guy. Wonder Woman will be the superhero woman, like the typical superhero woman. You know what I mean? But then you can go with all different body types after that. But like you have your basics, which is like your basic superhero type. Then you have like the other spectrums around it. But that's like the center. Like that's like the center of the scale, so to speak. So when you sit down and you're drawing, and you decide you want to draw a superhero or a hero, or a villain, you first think of, all right, is this person dominating whatever, and you figure out all their attributes, and then you start sketching out the body based on those attributes. Like if this person is agile, obviously you don't want them to be super hulky, because bulky people don't really necessarily move that fast. So you make them more lean. If they're powerful, more muscle. Super powerful, a lot of muscle, but they move slow. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. It's like for a man. For women, it's kind of the scale is kind of all over the place, because it just depends on what you want that woman to represent. Because She-Hulk has a typical superhero body style, like superhero woman body style, but she is ultra strong. You know what I mean? Versus Wonder Woman, who basically is like the typical superhero body style, but she has like I just left the gym and I have a photo shoot type body. She has the supermodel, she has the fitness model body type. But that is what you typically use for most superhero women, is the Wonder Woman body type. Just because it's so easy to identify, you know what I mean? But if you want to be different, you can push the different envelope. But like most people tend to stick with what would appeal. The 90s was all about sex appeal, so everything was like you just had specific body types for superheroes. Villains were the ones that were like, the body types were all over the place, because villains had different body types. You know what I mean? Superheroes were all like Superman and Wonder Woman in the 90s. Now it's just fun to play around with the body types, and I don't like with like, that's the other reason why I don't really like to do fan art, because fan art tends to start all looking alike. You know what I mean? Like or the characters are already established. You can change it to make it whatever you want, but If you don't do it right, it's going to be rejected. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. It's like you can anybody can make uh, a piece of fan art and just make it whatever they want. But you know, what's the point of doing it if it's not gonna get the appeal that you want? Like someone was telling me to redesign Wonder Woman's costume. I wouldn't even know where to start. I really wouldn't. Like what I would the only other thing you could do is put her in like a leotard or like spandex all the way, like a whole spandex suit. But when you think Wonder Woman, you're thinking, well, Wonder Woman. Like typically it's just I don't know. It's kind of hard to describe, but they have a look. Hmm. Music. But generally, I draw way faster, and I don't invest in pieces so much. But I like this concept. It came out better than I thought, really fast, and I'm like, all right, well, let me see where it goes before I lose interest. You know, but you know, I practice every day, so it doesn't matter. Well, that's the thing is like you would think it would be that easy, but it's not so much that you keep the colors in stars. They have to be placed in a certain manner. Honestly, I think you could do it without the stars. The colors are pretty much what matters. You don't necessarily have to have stars for Wonder Woman. I mean, except for the one on her headband. I think you could draw her in a bikini and put that headband on with the star and be like Wonder Woman and give her her lasso. I didn't put the lasso because I'm like, I don't really necessarily need the lasso, but if she was like totally in like a regular bathing suit and she had those two things, Wonder Woman, right off the bat, you know. I didn't like the golden armor that she had in Wonder Woman 1984. I thought that was, even though it is actually an armor that she wore, it was a throwback armor from the comics and stuff like that. It's her battle armor. I don't like it. It's her god armor or whatever. I thought it was a little, it didn't fit. That's the armor that she wore with the wings or whatever. But I also don't like the fact that I like old Wonder Woman that flew in the fucking invisible jet. I don't like flying Wonder Woman. But again, not my, like like I have my preferable Wonder Woman from my generation. Is things change. What I used to always laugh about when I was younger was like we would always debate about it too. Is like Wonder Woman versus Superwoman, and it's like why do you need a Superwoman when you have Wonder Woman? And then when they made Wonder Woman fly, I'm like, well, fuck, like not Supergirl, which I didn't understand that either because Supergirl had a dog. So you're basically telling me that Krypton was basically Earth with powerful people, but on Krypton they were normal. Like I didn't understand that whole thing. I think it was just more so like that you get these points in time where like the growth of comics is stale and they're grasping for ideas, and that's where these other spin-offs come from. But they don't give it too much thought to the spin-off. They're just like, well, I mean, it's Superman universe, and we need another superhero, and it needs to be a girl, and Supergirl, who has all the powers of Superman, and apparently she made it out of Krypton, and she has a dog. You know, like Superboy, I can deal with because Superboy was like Lois and Superman's kid, believable. But you're gonna tell me that Kara Zor-El, that her name? Kara, I forget what her name is, but came to Earth too. I'm like, yo, but I learned to accept it because Supergirl isn't necessarily Superman, though I believe she is stronger than him, right? They did say she was stronger than him or something like that. I don't remember the whole thing about her, but I know I think she's supposed to be stronger than him, and she's older than him, but she's younger because she didn't age in her pod or something like that. I don't remember. The other thing I don't understand about the Superman universe, which will always baffle me, is like, I get not killing humans, right? I get bad human, you go to jail, right? You don't want to kill. But you got aliens coming to Earth, killing off millions, and you just beat them up and send them on their way? Like, I will never understand that in the comics. That's like, you beat them up, and then once you beat them up bad enough, it's like, leave. And it's like, dude, they're gonna come back. Like, that's the one thing I always really hated about Superman. It's like, kill these motherfuckers. Like, same thing with Batman. You know, your morals have caused the lives of millions because you won't just fucking kill these motherfuckers that are never gonna learn. But I mean, I already know, like, that's me basing things in reality, where in comic books, it's like, if you kill them, you have no villains. You have no villains. Yet your stories are flat because you don't have, it's hard to make new villains, and you have to have villains that are iconic. You know, the struggle has to continue, which means why in the hell are you even locking them up? Because they're just going to escape. It's almost as if you want them to escape so you can do it all over again. And then you got to ask yourself, what the fuck is wrong with the police force that they can't watch these people? And what kind of asylum do you have that the people just keep escaping? But again, you also tell yourself, and people always tell you this all the time, it's like, don't, when you're reading comics or you're watching fantasy movies, you have to enjoy it. Don't try to base it on reality. You will end up hating it because you keep basing everything off of what realistic people do. Like, it is a work of fiction, and it is to entertain, and the entertainment will stop if it were like real life. So the heroes letting the villains escape, it is an arc that keeps the franchise alive. I think they should get a little bit more creative with this escape things. Like, have another villain come to Earth. You guys have like a huge fight, and in that fight, it destroys the prison, and that person escapes because the prison got destroyed. That would make more sense than, these armed soldiers or whatever constantly breaking in and getting this person free or whatever. Like, make it somebody else's story that frees the supervillain. Imagine that. Imagine like you having a fight with like the Penguin, and in the fight with the Penguin, they blow Arkham open, and then a bunch of people escape again. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, why didn't they do that? But that's the thing. We're not allowed to think that, because like you could have saved a whole civilization by just putting them in the Phantom Zone. Since you can go in and out of the Phantom Zone at will, you know what I mean? Like, you could have saved your entire civilization. But then you wouldn't have a compelling story. Would you? Would you? I never watched Halloween 5. After Halloween is one of them series where I'm just like, I literally don't care. Like, it's gone on too long. Like Friday the 13th. It's like, that's what happens when a franchise dies, but they don't have good enough ideas to make something new. Like, I stopped caring about Michael Myers when they said he was like, what was it? Wasn't it the last one they were like, he's pure fear. You can't kill him. What? He's a kid that went crazy and like fucking killed his family or whatever. But like, you're telling me now that he's pure fear? Like, you would have to kill fear to kill it? Oh, come on. That's just a way of keeping him coming back. Right? Like, Freddy Krueger makes more sense because it's like he's a fucking dream. You know what I mean? The only way to kill Freddy is to not be afraid of him. You know what I mean? It's like, he's a dream, and even that was like, okay, look, man, these motherfuckers gotta die. They're, but like, yeah, I don't. Like, a lot of, and like, that's why they go with the gore method nowadays. But gore isn't good without a backstory. That's what made our era of little horror movies so great. Is they were, for the time, they were original concepts, and they had a hell of a backstory for kids. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure adults were just kind of like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But like, in a time where, it was very easy to pump out like entertainment because, it's still the TV was still in its adolescence and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, TV shows and all that, it was very easy to make something that would capture an audience. Whereas now it's very hard because of all the shit you see on the internet. It's very hard to make anything that will grasp like capture an audience, which is why a lot of the horror movies don't do very well. You see more gruesome shit just on the news. You have to have a good backstory. Yeah, wasn't that the Dream Warriors? What Nightmare on Elm Street 3, the Dream Warriors? That was probably that shit right there was goddamn. Yeah, for like horror movies, perfection. That was the definitive horror movie of my generation. Like, it was so fucking good. Like, the story of Nightmare on Elm Street was good. Like, that's just the story, like not even the movies. Like the lore itself was like, oh, dude, you guys are fucking killing it. You know what I mean? Like a fucking molester that got chased down and burned alive by the citizens in the town, and he became something worse. I don't like when they did the episode where they explained, or they did the movie where they were explaining how he became Freddy Krueger, the 3D one. That shit was dumb. You're telling me right before you died, some fucking spirit-looking semen things came in and was like, we'll give you powers. And all of that need not to be said. You could have literally did it a different way. You know, you could have done it like he was in hell and made a bargain, you know, to get out of hell to bring souls. Like bringing that shit in was just like you were trying to push 3D. That was what we did in our generation, where it was like when you had technology and you like, hey, come watch this 3D movie, you shielded the fuck out of it. Like, you didn't give a shit how you got it in there. It was like 3D unnecessarily. It's like putting like say you did 3D and you had like some girl naked, you would have her unnaturally forcing her boob into the screen so you can get a 3D boob in your face. Because all you were doing was trying to sell the 3D. Like, that's kind of what I felt like they did with Nightmare on Elm Street, the 3D one. It was like they were just like, we said it was 3D. We don't necessarily know how to make the 3D pop because it's unnecessary. So we're going to do dumb things that make things 3D, like make these fucking semen things fly out and then take over his body and turn him into a fucking dream ghost. Yeah, like the 3D movies in our day, plus they weren't actual 3D. It was that red and blue shit. Like the 3D nowadays is actual 3D. Like, it jumps out of the screen at you. And if you ever watch 3D in a VR setting, bro, listen to me. There's 3D movies, and then there is VR 3D, which is another level. Because of course you're sitting in a VR, in a virtual theater that looks just like a real movie theater, but it's VR. So you're watching a movie, and when the 3D happens, it literally comes out of the screen, which is, I'm sure, what they intended it to be like when they actually made 3D. But with the 3D mixed with VR is next level. So when you like go, like I have the Quest 3, and I have the program Big Screen, and it actually converts 3D movies or regular movies. It converts regular movies into 3D, and it converts 3D movies into like VR 3D, where it actually like shows it the way it was intended to be shown. I don't know how the program works, but it's fucking cool as fuck. And I sit up and I just watch movies. People, when they do VR 3D, is fucking crazy. Just wonder, do you have a Discord? Yes! ! Discord in the chat. And we have a Share My Art section. Yes, I absolutely have a Discord. But yeah, like a lot of stuff nowadays, like that's the thing that I think bums me out the most about when people like watch a movie and they give it a bad review or whatever. And then I'm like, dude, this is actually really good. It's because the kids nowadays are, again, it I'm sure it's the same thing we did when we were younger, but it's hard to show, it's hard for someone to appreciate something when they haven't, they grew up on it. Like I grew up from on different type of technology. So seeing this new technology, it fascinates me because I grew up on different technology. Seeing all of this stuff is actually like, wow, this is the future to me. Where when you're a kid and you've always had an iPhone, it's like, and you know that there's always going to be new ones coming. You are now in a sense like thinking like you get complacent, and not a lot of shit surprises you, where everything surprises like an older person because it's like, dude, we didn't have this. We barely had, I was here before internet. So having internet now is cool because I remember having to do everything manually. I think that gives you a lot more appreciation for stuff, which means like when you guys get older and your kids are doing like virtual reality shit, and it's like to that level where it's like, holy shit, you're going to be more appreciative, and they're going to be like, whatever. Mom and Dad, I can't believe you lived in an age where you had to watch your TV on a flat box. Like that shit. No, it is not expired. Everybody runs into that. It's not, the link doesn't, I did a permanent link. The link's not expired. It for whatever reason, people haven't, because I just clicked on it and it worked. People have some people just have a fucking hard time with the link. What did I do to solve that? I forgot what the fuck I did to solve that. Insane Al, thanks for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Fuck, we did something else. Wait, is there a link in my bio that you can click? I forget. I had a permanent link. Like I have that link should never expire. Click. But yeah, it should work. It's a permanent link. But for anybody else that wants to join, I believe this one is a temporary one. But there you go. But yeah, it's the same thing with like action movies, like superhero movies and stuff. How like the superhero movies of today are so people give it such an underrating. But only reason why I think like that is because our superhero movies were fucking trash. But if you've never lived in that generation, how would you know? Like I love all the superhero movies because ours were actual trash. But you would never know the extent of the trash because you didn't live in our generation. Yeah, exactly. Like Shark Boy and Lava Girl. That, but like even that was like to us was just like holy shit, like 3D. But like no, we what we had was like Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk, which was a guy just painted green. Oh, this is neat. Very waifu like. What is the backstory? See, that's the thing with characters like this. Characters like this, you need the backstory first. Whenever you have like an anime-ish type of girl, like people will automatically just like it's more like, oh, sex symbol without a backstory. And then the backstory becomes the focal point and not the character. How's everyone doing? We're doing good. We're doing good. Welcome in, Shani. Yeah, as a kid, I loved it because it was like, holy shit, big buff dude flipping over a car. You know what I mean? Or rolling over a rock. But nowadays, it's like you got the actual CGI version of the comic book Hulk, and it's blowing my mind. But people are like, it looks like CGI. Bitch, it's not real. But you can't make people like stuff. You know what I mean? I want them to like it because when I was young, I dreamed of seeing like comic book Hulk on the screen. And we literally get that now, but it's in a generation of people that can't appreciate it because you didn't see 70s Incredible Hulk or 70s fucking Wonder Woman or 70s Superman where that vacuum sound where he would jump and go fly like whoop. He didn't actually have a like he had to have that he had to have a sound that they made when he would fly away and land. Because, you know, like, and his flying, they would always reuse like scenes, you know, because like it's the fucking 70s, you know, you can't do all that shit. The old Godzilla movies were campy. You know what I mean? Like well, the thing about the old Godzilla movies that made them good was they were like Asian cinema cheap, like Asian cinema, like, you know, like corny. They were meant to be that way. Like you had a fucking guy in a Godzilla suit stomping on a cardboard city. They're crashing buildings and the buildings are literally crumbling like cardboard. So, you know, I mean, like you had to use your imagination a lot. That was the thing that used to always amaze me about being young is I was young and I watched this shit and I never paid attention to it. But as an adult, I'm like, wait a minute. Is it me? Or is that building literally crumbling like cardboard? Like it's like cardboard crumbling and they didn't even try to hide it. Well, how could you? You're not going to build an entire like replica city with floors and rooms and all that stuff. You just made a hollow set of cardboard and you just had it break into pieces. Because you got the point. Godzilla stomping a city. But Godzilla -1 fucking masterpiece. For someone of my generation. Yeah, Godzilla -1 masterpiece. Why is it a masterpiece? Because it took all the shit you loved about old campy style Godzilla and put today's graphics into it. Which is what you wanted. I wanted to see old school Godzilla fuck some shit up. Now, I think it was kind of cool that they made him a villain. Because normally Godzilla is like the hero. But this time it was like, holy shit. Like, oh, scary monster. Fucking, you know, holy shit, like kaiju. destroying shit. I love the way they did his fire beam. Like over the years, the beam that was like authentic to Godzilla was like he would shoot the little beam from his mouth or whatever has gotten better. I love that. You know. Well, that's the thing. Whenever you design a character, backstory first. If you this is the reason why. Because if you design a character and call it an original character, and it has like no reason for it to be an original character, especially if it's anime, people are just, oh, it's just a typical anime girl. It looks like a anime schoolgirl, right? Which is, the character looks cool. But like it looks like it puts me in the mind of Inuyasha. Like, you know what I mean? You need a, like, if you're going to have an original character like that, it needs to have a very epic story involved in it, or people are just going to go waifu. And then it's just going to be another case of you drawing a hot anime schoolgirl doing normal stuff. You know what I mean? It doesn't stand out. Your character has to have standout qualities. Like Cannon Boy. Like I made a character called Cannon Boy. I just was drawing and it just kind of came to be or whatever, but Cannon Boy is just that. You know, if I didn't have a strong backstory, Cannon Boy would just be a boy with a cannon. But it's more like a dystopic, like water, like a more dystopic, like water flooded island type world where you know, pirates rule everything or whatever, but you have like magic, like magic exists, but it's also steampunk type of thing. Anyways, the character itself, the boy with the cannon, it comes from his pirate ship that like he used to work on that got wrecked. Everybody died. He lived. He's on this fucking deserted island or whatever, and he's salvaging through shit to find a way to survive. You know, stumbles upon this fucking cannon. The cannons are light because it's made of like magic material that generates energy. You know, again, backstory. You know, and this boy is trying to find out who the fuck attacked his ship and crashed the ship or whatever so he can avenge his fucking pirate family. It's a basic story for a video game. Is basically what it is, you know. How do I feel about the Transformers series? They have yet to make a Transformers to this day that is as good as Transformers the movie. The cartoon movie of my day. But with that being said, I am happy with Transformers no matter what it is, because I like seeing my childhood robots on screen doing stuff. The stories sometimes are stupid. The Michael Bay ones, after the first one, I didn't like any of them. But I liked the CGI because I'm a CGI buff. I love CGI. So after the first Transformers by Michael Bay, the rest of it was just like, I'm watching it because it's CGI and I want to see people transform. I really don't like what they fucking did with Devastator. That's just going to forever piss me off. I don't like what they did with Bumblebee, but I can live with that. Whatever. You can't really make a VW bug cool nowadays, but when they went and made Bumblebee the movie, cool. Loved Bumblebee the movie. Didn't like the fucking girl protagonist that was in it. These movies can do great without humans. The humans are fucking the movies up. Plus, who the fuck is Witwicky? Why couldn't you just get Spike and his dad? Like normal. You could have named Mark Wahlberg fucking, or whoever. Who was it? Was it Mark Wahlberg? No, it was I fucking forgot the dude's name. Shia LaBeouf. Could have made Shia LaBeouf fucking Spike. You could have made Bumblebee weak. You could have done all of that. But, of course, whatever, you know. The new ones that have come out, I love them. I love them. The new ones that have been recently come out, like the Beast Wars one. Don't like Beast Wars. Don't like the real Beast Wars. Loved this one. Like I love when they actually follow the lore instead of doing some other shit. Like make Unicron a fucking planet eater, because that's what it is. Don't make Unicron the planet Earth. Unicron is not the planet Earth. Earth is Earth. Like Unicron was a planet that was created by the Quintessons who lived on Cybertron. Again, people that don't care about the lore are just going to love the movies anyways. But of course, that's where nostalgia comes in. That's why you have such crazy Star Wars fans, because Star Wars fans understand that, hey man, don't fuck with my shit. You know, that's where they're like, hey, don't fuck with my shit. Like, we're Star Wars, and they're like, you need to be open to change. And people are like, no, we don't. Make something new. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm still trying to figure out how to do comic eyes better. Okay, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about drawing anything comic. Don't try to draw it comic. Just draw it. I know that doesn't make sense, but the reason why you're struggling to do it, and anime is not, you're going to struggle with it if you're doing it anime style. Like, this is not anime eyeballs, it's comic book eyeballs. There is a difference in the way it's drawn. Anime is a lot more simpler. Anime faces are a lot more simpler. When you want to draw comic book style stuff, you just add a little bit more detail to a simplified face. With that being said, drawing eyeballs aren't hard. Drawing eyes in general aren't hard. You just have to understand that, okay, so this is your face. This is your separator or whatever, like your center line and your eye line. Your eyes have to be the same height across. And then you got to remember, it's a circle. These are circles embedded in well, I draw upside down egg for my face. So my hands are always upside down eggs, especially if I'm drawing women, right? So you have that, and if you want to put your neck, you can put your neck or whatever, but like upside down egg. Regardless, you have a circle or a cylinder inside of a head. All you're doing is just drawing the eyelids over that. The problem that most people are running into is they don't understand that you don't draw the eyeball. You're not drawing this. Don't do that. Like, don't draw the eye. You have to understand that there's a shape underneath that. That's how you make everything go together. You're sticking shapes on top of you're sticking three-dimensional shapes on top of a three-dimensional shape. So if you're drawing a nose, you would have like there's eyebrows. Both of these have eyebrows or whatever, you know, but this eyebrow has a bridge of the nose. The bridge of the nose always goes, of course, down. And then like if it's a girl nose, like depending on how you want to draw it, it's a little bit more rounded than guys. It's a triangle or a pyramid all the time. Noses are pyramids. If it's from the side, it's a pyramid. If it's from the front, for me, it's a pyramid. Again, you have to make up your own shapes, but that's what I think about when I'm drawing it. So when I'm drawing a nose, like, yes, this is the pyramid right here. These would be the nostrils, whatever, you know, but like this, depending on which way the face is shaping, it's a pyramid. Same thing with eyes. Eyes are cylinders, and then all I'm doing is putting the brow the way that I want over the eye. You know, and if it's a girl, you know, if you want her to have like lashes, you put the lashes or whatever to give it more of a feminine feel. You don't have to put lashes. If it's a kid, you don't really need to put the lashes that big. You know, the eyes are bigger as a kid, smaller as an adult. Everything is more in the center of the face as a kid. It's more toward the top of the face as an adult. You know what I mean? The mouth should be relatively close. I believe there's an eye. The space, like an eye space between the mouth and the nose. it's all in how you know what I'm saying? The reason why things are typically hard to draw is because you're telling yourself they're hard to draw, or you've made up this thing in your brain that this is how things are drawn. Instead of you understanding like what you're drawing, you're just copying a series of lines. That's where the problem comes in, you know. Should I start working on the 3D stuff we were talking about? That is literally up to you. I told you when we talked last time, let me know what you need to start. And then what is it going to cost? All of that. Let me know what you need to start. Like it's completely up to you. If you don't need anything from me, like a turnaround or anything like that, let me know how much it's going to cost me to get you started. Like I thought that you were going to email me in Discord and I never got one. Yeah, I'm waiting on you. If you have everything you think you need to start, just let me know. I just don't want you to start and then be like, hey, I need a turnaround. But yeah, for drawing any kind of eye, so like for example, all right, let me pull up your character. Let me pull up your OC real quick. All right, we're gonna pull up your original character. I'm gonna pull it up on my screen. All right, so I'm gonna pull up your OC, right? So we have your OC, your original. This is the thing. It's like, I could take your OC and your original character looks like. Your original character could be any of these characters that I've drawn, because the faces are pretty simplified. That is like your character looks like, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, because the drawing is good, but the character looks like the starter version of every anime chick. Like, it's just a hot anime girl. It's a hot anime schoolgirl. Without the backstory, people are not like, if you were like, this is my original character, they're going to be like, it looks like several different anime characters. You have to make your character stand out. Like, otherwise it could just be anything. Like anything. So if I were to draw your waifu, right? I would first, of course, first off, if you're going to draw her, you have to make sure, if you're going to draw her and you're going to draw her in that outfit, she definitely has to be, I would probably try my hardest to give her more, like the sexy. If you're going for sexy, then yeah, okay. Ignore everything I'm saying. Because like, I don't, if you were like superhero, she needs a different costume. Or if she's going to be like fighting crime or whatever, like the schoolgirl thing is going to limit her appeal, because people aren't going to see her as schoolgirl. They're going to see her as hot girl dressed in schoolgirl outfit. That's the other thing is like when I'm drawing like anime chicks or chicks in general, the hardest thing is trying to find an original pose that is not just an original, like it's just a, like it's always like just a pose. I based her costume on Zatanna's dress, like, and Constantine, but did all right. Here's the thing about that. It doesn't look like that. Like she's wearing a trench coat, but the trench coat just looks like a trench coat. And she's wearing a schoolgirl outfit underneath. It doesn't have it. It's like Zatanna, aren't those superheroes? She has no superhero, like it doesn't feel like she has superhero elements. It feels like anime schoolgirl that's about to fight demons. That's the feel that I get. Like I would definitely go with a different under. I would definitely go with a different under outfit. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, I'm thinking about it, but I'm like, no, I would have to. It would have to be a serious redraw, and I don't really want to. I can't conceptualize it right now. But my thoughts on the character is it looks like an anime. It looks like a anime protagonist. It does not look anything like what you would do for a superhero. If you're going for superhero, if you're going for anime protagonist, yeah. This is a, what do they call it? What's the name of it? What's the good word for it? It is a, fuck is a good word for it. It's more like it's what you would imagine for an anime character, like female girl anime character. It doesn't feel like comic book, like none of that. Like the design, the style itself leans more toward superhero. I mean, it leans more towards anime than superhero. Did you see the Falcons miss 3 field goal kicks in a row? It was insane. How can you suck so much? Man, people miss field goals all the time. It's a kicker. Like, I mean, that happens. Like, I watched the 49ers and the Seahawks play. I didn't watch the Falcons. 3 in a row? Yeah, I've seen that before. I mean, the kicker's probably going to get benched, but I mean, it happens. I'm like, it's football, bro. I have actually seen that plenty of times. I've seen a quarterback. I mean, I've seen a kicker miss every field goal in a game. Well, he got benched after that, obviously, but yeah, like just motherfuckers just be bad. Like field goals and shit like that. Like, I mean, when they get blocked, like that's exciting football because like you just, you're like, oh, they're kicking a field goal. When shit goes wrong, it's like, holy shit, I wasn't expecting that because no one ever misses a kick. It's like, hey man, it happens. It's football. I don't really concern myself with like my team is shitty right now. I only care about the Giants, but I don't only pay attention to I really only pay attention to football when playoffs come in, unless my team has a winning seat record. Because I'm like, bro, like I did watch the 49ers because it was on Twitch. But like typically, like when I used to bet, I watched every fucking week. because I had to see how the teams played. Now I'm just kind of like, the way that they changed the rules and shit like that is pissing me off, because it just feels like it feels like the same scenario plays out in every game. Someone's up by 800 million points, and then they come back and then they lose by 1, or they almost lose, or whatever. It's never just, I like it back in the day where you knew who was going to win because motherfucking teams just were good or garbage, or they became good. Or now it's like great teams can just up and just shit the bed. Like it's like it just feels like wrestling. I'd never miss a field goal. Should put me in for pro. Yeah, right. I'm not even doing this with you. You have delusions of grandeur. I don't down on kickers and stuff like that, because even though their only job is to kick, like that, you got to think about how much shit they had to go through to get to a league with not that many people in it. Like, you're best in the world if you're on an NFL team. Like, motherfuckers miss. Like, you got the best players in the world, and you're the best kicker in the world, and that's the reason why they're the best players in the world. And it's a lot of pressure to go along with that shit. Like, yeah, I'm like, people give kickers so much shit because it's like, all you got to do is kick, and it's like, nobody kicks like an NFL kicker. Like, they kick, that shit is not easy. I used to play on a flag football league when a guy that actually was an NFL kicker. And this dude could kick a 60-yarder like nothing, but he was like, it's different when you have pros trying to break your fucking leg. He's like, the pressure is on. He was like, it's not the same. It's just, and I get that. I get it, Well, that's the thing is yeah, they do it on purpose because they know the sports books, and you don't think that these people are influenced by sports betting when they could go over and they take a knee? Yeah, so that it's so that the odds, because the odds of the casino losing more if they make that touchdown is greater than them actually like taking the knee. Instead of like, if I take the knee, I'll fuck up the spread. Yeah, it's influenced by that, but people don't want to believe it because it will take the entertainment out of the game. Like, yeah, betting is a thing. And what if the coach what if the owner made a bet and the owner is slated to win because he picked something different, and you're about to score, and he's like, we're already going to win the game, take a knee. It could happen, but that's sports, man. That is sports. It is what it is. But yeah, like I was saying about this character, I need people to have a visual of what I'm looking at. So I will open my Discord. That's against the rules of betting. There's no rules in betting. You child. Grow up. The world doesn't work the way you think it works. Like, no. Yes, there are rules, but there are not rules. There are rules for, hate to say it, there are rules for poor and common people. There are not rules for people with money. Like, no. It doesn't. And I know we want to believe it works that way, but it doesn't work that way. Rich people don't like to lose the money, and the people don't want the rich people to lose the money. All right, so this is what we're looking at, okay? This is what we're looking at. So if you guys are familiar with Constantine, and you're familiar with the Zatanna, I think that's Zatanna, the magician girl or whatever, right? I'm not really sure. What I was trying to explain before was that the character looks like anime. It doesn't look like comic book. And what I mean by the character looks like anime and not comic book is it looks like an anime schoolgirl. If you told people that the character was based on Zatanna and Constantine, they would completely miss it because there is a girl with a open top and her boobs popping out, and the shirt is short and she is in a mini skirt. And she has a jacket on. Like there's nothing in this that screams comic book superhero. Now, granted, you said you haven't worked on the backstory yet. What I would advise for you is to rethink this character in a sense, or rethink this character in a way that reflects what the character looks like, or rethink the style in which you draw it. Which changing your art style is something that is very hard to do, especially if you draw anime. You're drawing anime style for a reason. Whatever that reason is whatever. But your characters look like anime protagonists. That doesn't look like a comic book superhero. Like, it doesn't look like, it looks like okay, she could be in a manga. But first, like I was saying, like I asked, what's the backstory? And you were like, there's no backstory. So my first thought would be this is just a waifu drawing. Does that look better? No, it's still it looks like the whole character looks like an anime schoolgirl. I don't think I actually can explain it in a way that you could get it. Her face looks like anime. And all of this looks like anime schoolgirl. I don't remember what Zatanna's outfit looked like, but wasn't she a wizard or a magician or something like that? She had a top hat. She was a magician, or I think, right? Am I looking at this wrong? And I think she had a tuxedo. And then Constantine is more than just a trench coat. The trench coat doesn't make her Constantine. It makes her an anime schoolgirl in a trench coat. You know what I mean? Like Emma Frost. Anybody that knows Marvel superheroes knows Emma Frost. If I drew an anime girl and put her in lingerie and said Emma Frost, they would be like, no, just kind of looks like an anime girl in lingerie. You know what I mean? Like the style in which there's a reason why these characters look the way they do and not like anime. So like, look at this character, right? Look at this character and then look at this character. This character looks like and looks more anime than per se this character. I mean, I drew them both. The style is the same, but the face tells a lot. Like anime faces look the same. And that's one of the biggest things that people get from drawing anime is like their anatomy is incredible. The action and anatomy is incredible. The faces look generic, in my opinion. Like most anime faces look the same. It's like big googly-eyed girls with tiny noses and, bubbly personality. Like, it's very hard to make an anime girl look different from another anime girl. Like this would be like a comic book like schoolgirl superhero. She has a lot more emotion in her face than what an anime comic book you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain, but if you were to show people your character and no backstory, they're gonna automatically assume that it's just an anime schoolgirl. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you probably would want to make a backstory, a convincing backstory, so that at least now I can look at the character and be like, all right, well, I get it. You know, I get what you're going for, you know, and I could kind of invest in what you're going for. You know what I mean? But if you show me a character and you're like, this is my original character and it's based on Zatanna and Constantine, and I'm like, how? Because the trench coat, like you would have to constantly lead people. You would have to constantly lead people into what you want them to believe, rather than them figuring it out on their own, because they're not going to be able to figure it out on their own. You would have to be like, look at the trench coat. Look at the. I don't think. Hold on, I got to look this up. I got to look it up because I'm not sure. But now it's eating me alive. I gotta know. Yes, what I fucking thought. I knew I wasn't crazy. Zatanna is a magician. Her costume looks her costume looks nothing like that. No. I don't want you to redesign your character. That's the thing, is like, if that's the character you want to go with, don't change it on my aspect. I'm nobody important. I'm giving you my opinion, and that's it. Don't go change your original character because I said shit about it. Don't ever do that. If that's the character you like, you draw that character, and you draw. This is why you create a backstory before you create a character. Like, if you want the character to embody Zatanna and Constantine, it has to resemble their traits. Otherwise, if you draw that character right there and that's the character you like, you don't need that character to resemble them. You just make the character's own backstory. Don't change it if you like it. Like, the thing is your style is like more anime. I don't think that if you even changed the way you drew it, it would look any different from anime. It's clear that you are studying anime as your form of art. Like, it's going to be very hard to push a comic book character in an anime style. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to. Like, I'm like, when you said Zatanna, I'm like, it can't be that one. Like, it can't, because she's a magician. Like, she doesn't even wear a skirt. She wears like her outfit looks like a Playboy outfit with a top hat. Like, it's hold on, let me see if I can show you guys. Her outfit is, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see this, but let's see. Can you guys see her on the screen? Can you see Zatanna on the screen? She's like, she literally is a magician. This is what I'm saying. Like, she doesn't wear a schoolgirl outfit. She's a magician. Like, that's why I was like, wait a minute, what? You know what I mean? Like, Constantine is a supernatural detective, and but there's more to John Constantine's character. Like, the house the little house where he keeps all the trinkets that he gets and stuff like that. That's a part of his character. Like, all of that stuff is, you know, like, it's all a part of his persona. Just like the magician part is a part of Zatanna's persona. Like, your character has to have a backstory, otherwise it's just a girl dressed up in a costume. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Cannon Boy has a backstory. Like, all of these characters are just characters. They're all anime chicks that I drew over the course of however many years. None of them have a backstory. They're just anime chicks. You got these witches. They're just witches. They're literally just, they could literally be the same woman playing a cosplay of different outfits. I could be like, this is my OC, and she dresses up as all kinds of stuff, right? Like, they don't really have anything to them other than like, they're just, when you look at them, they don't represent anything. You know what I mean? They're just people dressed up to look like certain things. When you have an original character, like, I guess per se, let's go to another extreme. My original character. The way I draw, people wouldn't believe that this is my original character. This is my original character. This is iinnky. He has a backstory. Pinky, his daughter, has a backstory. All the characters in the universe that he exists in have a backstory. Let's see. The backstory makes the character more interesting, per se. Like Donnie, the angry panda. Donnie's a gamer, but he's the gamer that is bad at games, but always blames his teammates for him losing, which means he's always angry while he's playing games. That's his whole persona. This is why it's Donnie the angry panda. You know what I mean? Like he's the angry gamer. Like there's like this, I could draw this panda and never say anything about it. It would just be a panda in a t-shirt with headphones on. But if you give it a backstory and you get people to invest into the character, then they get more attached to the characters because they have something to invest in other than just something being drawn or whatever. It's just like any of this stuff. Like all of these drawings are superheroes. They have backstories or whatever, you know, but you also have like random faces. Some of these faces are, I think, give it a minute. Some of these faces are faces that you know. Some of these faces are faces you've never seen before. And this is not the one I wanted to open. I hate my face. Is it number 2? I've drawn too much. All right. Some of these are faces that you know. Some of these are faces you've never seen before. You know what I mean? But they all have backstories. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is like, the reason why I drew the face is because I was making a story up for the face. If it wasn't a person that wasn't already existing, I was making a story up for the face while I was creating it. Otherwise, I couldn't really draw the face. You know what I mean? Like, it was just kind of like, you know, this was the original Cannon Boy sketch. And now Cannon Boy, I like the idea or the concept that I came up with for Cannon Boy. So I redrew Cannon Boy to look more like cartoony. You know what I mean? Megaloblocks. I have no idea what the hell Megaloblocks is, but yep, you know, like I said, like this character. Come on, I think I did a pretty good rendition of this person. You know what I mean? But like, some people might be able to guess it, some people might not. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like same thing with this character. You know, or of course this character. But like, that's the thing, is like, there's characters that you know and there's characters you don't know. You know what I mean? Like, the whole idea is like, it's just faces. You know what I mean? Well, if this was Constantine, his hair would need to be cut. This is more John Wick. But you get what I'm saying? Like, what I was saying about your character is your character, I would, if you wanted to look more comic book-ish, I don't want to say, I don't want to say like change your style, because you draw what makes you happy. I would say stop like don't try to make it feel like a comic book character when your style doesn't lend itself to comic book character. You know what I mean? Your style is anime. If that makes sense. The guy with the wristwatch prepared to fight. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I'll take your word on it, but I've never heard of that. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that is. Like, I'll take your word for it. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Like your character doesn't need to change. What probably needs to happen is you probably you need to actually sit down and think about what you want that character to represent. Because if it's your original character, you're going to be drawing it a bunch of times. Is that what you want your character to represent? Or is that just something that you drew and you just kind of liked the drawing and you went from there? I have to punch my art teacher. He toughed the entire class into doing anime style, but you are your own person. If you enjoy doing anime style, that's what you do. Like, if you draw anime, you can't blame your art teacher because you could literally have drawn anything you wanted. And you know why the art teacher probably talked you into doing anime style? Because anime style, especially anime schoolgirls, are and this is not a bad thing, but they are typically easier to draw than comic book women. Because comic book women have a lot more expression in their faces. But again, anime characters have a lot more, they have a lot more, their bodies have a lot, their anatomy has a lot more movement. But their faces are simple. People teach anime style faces because they're more simplistic. You don't have to put that much emphasis. Like, all of this extra lines and extra scribbles in her face give her more of it's a more closer to a realistic style looking face, but it doesn't necessarily mean that this is a better style. It's just what most comic book people go with because they are trying to show a lot of expression. You know, where anime is more like action-y. It's not really more about the dialogue. It's more about the action. You know what I mean? But a lot of people that learn anime style, they do it because it's easier. It's very easy. The toughest thing to learn how to draw a lot of times is the face, and it just takes away the hard part. I can learn how to draw a body because that's what I need. I need to learn how to draw anatomy. I don't want to spend 8 million years trying to learn how to draw a face. So let's just take the face out of the equation and just draw the body. So you draw generic face, complicated body. The only problem with that is when you get stuck in that box, it's hard to get out. You know, it's very hard to get out. Well, that's because you're probably old. That's why. Teachers nowadays draw things that they if your teacher was young when you were in that person's teacher is probably young when you were in high school. So that person's teacher probably grew up on anime and they like anime, so they teach anime to their students. Your teacher was probably like around the age of my art teacher who liked Renaissance art and thought that gallery art is the way to go to be successful. My teacher told me that I was never going to amount to anything in art because I didn't know how to listen. And I believed that shit. So I stopped doing art to show people and just did art for myself, which is probably the best thing that ever happened to me. But I was like, I'm never going to actually make any money doing this because I don't want to listen to people tell me what to draw. That teacher was full of shit. But I believed it. You know what I mean? Like teachers, like that the teacher's going to teach you to draw what they think would make money or generate interest or whatever, or what is safe. Like every teacher's different. Or what's easy. because now you have curriculum, and a lot of teachers don't want to spend time teaching you about Renaissance art where kids don't necessarily care about it. Kids want to learn how to draw Goku. So a lot of times you lose the audience because you're trying to teach them how to do fucking hand turkeys instead of teaching them what they actually want to learn. That's why I failed all my art classes, because I wanted to learn how to do art and my teacher wanted me to do hand turkeys. Fuck that guy. But I mean, what can you do? And then they wonder why you don't want to listen in class. And it's like, I don't want to do this. I want to be better at drawing. To be honest, I wanted to do things that impress girls. So I was like, teach me how to draw cool stuff so I can draw teddy bears and things like that to impress girls. My teacher was like, no, we're going to do Renaissance shit and light studies and the stuff the fundamentals of art that would make you a better artist, but they did it in a way that was boring. You can't teach anybody to do anything that is boring. And it's like, why don't no one cares about that? That's like one of the things that just would crack you up, is like, nobody seems to care if what they're teaching is fun. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care if it's fun. It's teaching, sit down and learn it. You know what I mean? Like, if the kids aren't interested, they're not going to learn it, and you're going to lose your class. But again, a lot of teachers don't really care about that. What, you should have been a musician to impress girls? No, you don't. Why? I say that's what you think you should have been, because you think musician impress girls. that's not something that impresses women, because a lot of women aren't into musicians. Like, what I mean by impressing girls is like, we're in high school. Drawing something for a girl when I went to school was impressive because you showed that you had a skill or a talent. Back then, that was big. If you did instruments and stuff like that, like, music was boring to people. You were if you were doing music, you were in band. Band wasn't cool. And you're not going to whip out a guitar in the middle of somewhere and play instruments. So no, you're not doing that. Different era. I might have impressed women when I grew up with it, but in high school, I would have been the weird band kid. I would have went to band camp and, all that stuff, American Pie. No, that's not how that works. I liked art, and I wanted to impress all the girls that liked art. And all they wanted to do was see the guy that did art draw them cute stuff, because girls didn't really give a shit about art. They just gave a shit about you drawing them cute stuff. The funny thing was, I had this chick that went to school with me, and we were in the same art class, and she was like in love with me. And her sister was dating my brother. And I ignored her the entire time we were in school because she just wasn't my type. But she grew up and she blossomed. And when we got out of school, she was hot as fuck. And she remembered, and I did not remember who she was. And she was just like, I wanted to date you forever in high school. And she was still attracted to me. And we ended up hooking up and all of that stuff. But like, the funny thing was, like, I was like, she told me she did art. And I was like, you do art? And she was like, we were in the same art class. I didn't notice her. Like, I literally did not notice her. And apparently we talked all the time. And I just completely like, yeah, because I was trying to get, the cheerleader and all that stuff. You know how that shit goes. We're always chasing the ones that we could never get. Even though I did date the richest girl in the school for a weekend. I ruined that opportunity. I still kick myself to this day over that. But she was using me to make her current ex-boyfriend or boyfriend or whatever jealous. But she was going to let me hook up with her, and I ruined it. We ended up going to Sadie Hawkins together, but then she just went and got back with her other boyfriend because he had a car and all that stuff. And I didn't have any of that shit. But I remember like everybody was like, "You're dating Yvette?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm dating Yvette." And they were like, because they knew Yvette got down, and they were like, y'all have sex?" And I'm like, "No, we didn't." Like, we didn't do it. And cracked me over the head when I was doing a commission for a girl who wanted to draw for her boyfriend. Woke up 3 days later. Dude, why is it that everybody in high school why is it that everybody on Twitch has these bully high school stories? Y'all motherfuckers need to hit the gym class. There's no way in the world you should have allowed somebody to crack you over the head with a 2x4 and wake up. It's always like these super drastic ass stories. What are y'all doing? Do y'all not have like friends? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I'm sorry that happened, but bro, it was worse when we were younger, being artists. Like, because they like the shit you would see on TV about them dunking nerds in the trash and shit. That shit actually happened. Like, but man, every time you talk to an artist, it's like a sob story, and it's like, dude, y'all gotta hit the gym. It can't be that bad. You can't let it be that bad. Like, do any artists have happy high school stories? Like, everybody seems like they hate. Like, you know what I get? I get a lot of artists that seem like they're shut-ins, and they just, especially artists that draw anime. Because back in my day, I'm doing that old person thing, people that drew anime were considered, or liked anime, were considered weirdo outcasts. And I feel like that same vibe is around today. It's just anime is more accepted. The people themselves just make themselves outcasts because they get like JoJo weird. It's always more to it. I'm not sure I want to believe that somebody just came up and cracked you over the head because you were drawing a commission. There's got to be more to it than that. But I don't know. Regardless, yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. I hear stories about like people in school all the time that like it's just always somebody getting the shit beat out of them for being an artist. And it's like, are y'all fighting back? Like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. Again, I'm sorry that happened to you, but it'll make you a stronger person. The best thing to do is to become a super dope artist and make lots of money. And then, of course, you're going to run into that person again someday. You always do. And then you'll be able to show them. His girlfriend and him will probably be wife and husband, and they'll have 2 kids, and then you can steal his wife. Who knows? I will tell you this. If you are that self-proclaimed weirdo artist, the best thing you can do is stop being that self-proclaimed weirdo artist and start like being more sociable. It'll help you grow as an artist because you get to see more. It'll sound crazy, but you become a people watcher. Like, hang out with people and observe how they are, and it'll help you build characters. Like you get to easily build up a stereotype of the characters you draw when you see more of them. My friends suck, they abandoned me. See, this is literally this is an anime story. Every single person I know of that draws anime that's in high school has the same story. Either this is like the what is it? This is the villain arc or the hero arc of every person that goes to high school that draws. You know, like that's the thing is like, listen, here's your story arc. You know what I mean? We're gonna change that story arc right now. Whatever you're doing that made this person go to the extreme of hitting you with a 2x4, which I'm pretty sure is more to it than that. Like, here's your opportunity to change that, right? You don't have to be violent. You don't have to go and beat nobody up and stuff like that. Just if you are being that weirdo anime guy, fucking stop. And what I mean is like the undercover furry, like weird, like Naruto running. You know what I'm talking about. Just be a normal artist. Draw cool shit. Do your high school. I don't know if you're even in high school anymore, but if you're not, like, still, like, you don't have to be weird to be an artist. And what I mean by weird is making other people feel uncomfortable. Weird is good as an artist, but silent weird. I'm pretty fucking weird, but I'm not weird in an uncomfortable way. I think weird. I don't do weird, if that makes sense. You don't have to have eccentric, weird friends that are starving for attention and stuff like that. Like, you're an artist. You already do dope shit. You know what I mean? Don't put yourself in a situation where you're fighting for attention. You know what I mean? Like, why is it okay, listen, y'all need to stay off the internet and stop reciting internet. Everything is not internet. Diddy is not a topic to bring up every single time. That the freak offs and shit like that has been done since the dawn of time. Stop regurgitating everything. We get it. Diddy had freak offs and baby oil and all of that. Everybody don't want to hear that every time we say something. Like, you gotta learn to let the internet be on the internet. Like, if you've seen it on the internet, 9 times out of 10, 8 million people have made jokes about it on the internet. It's not a reason to bring it up every single time we say something. The Diddy shit is played. Like, you gotta learn to be original. Like, Diddy ain't the first person to use baby oil. He ain't the first person to have freak offs. He's just famous. The shit that's been going on in music and shit like that's been going on for ages. Now he's just famous for it. People are like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil, motherfucker. You have no idea the shit that rich people do. Since the dawn of time. Like, this ain't just an isolated incident that happened in our generation. This shit's been going on since the time of Rome. Like, my coworkers do that all day at work. Every time we say something, it's like Diddy, and it's like, bro, did y'all speak about Puff Daddy or P Diddy before this happened? Nope. Why all of a sudden is Diddy in y'all mouth every day? Fucking, like, you know damn well if you were invited to one of them freak offs, you'd have went. And motherfuckers be acting like they wouldn't have. That's the life y'all dream of living. But now that it's in the limelight, you know what I mean? Like, no. Like, no, guys. Do better. Do better. Do better. But yeah, anyways, like I was saying about the weirdo artist guy. Like, if you are that weirdo artist guy, stop. You don't have to be weird to be. Again, it's okay to be weird as an artist. It actually helps you create better art. Just not publicly uncomfortable weird, which means you make people feel uncomfortable. Like, you don't, you know what I mean? Like, I call it over nerd. It's not enough for you to just be nerdy and do cool nerd shit. You have to make people feel uncomfortable with your presence and your nerdness, you know, sniffing girls. Yeah, like that. Yeah, don't do that. Don't do the sniffing the girls. Don't do that. Don't do that. Like bicycle seats and shit. Like, you know what I mean? No, but you know what I mean. You get around motherfuckers and you start talking about JoJo or whatever weird shit that you think is cool to you but not cool to anybody else. Like, read the room. You know what I mean? That's the first thing. Second thing is, if you're planning on making money from your art, which everybody's saying they're not, like, don't do what 8 million people are doing. You know, don't do what 8 million people are doing. Do something else. That's number one. Do something else. If 8 million people are drawing anime, don't fucking draw anime. Do something else. Don't learn it. I mean, even though you can't help it if you're learning it in school, you know what I mean? But, like, you gotta, there has to be a point where you establish your own identity, is what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? And nowadays it seems to be like a thing for you to be like weird, and it's like, bro, you don't gotta be weird because people are being weird. Weird is not the new cool. Weird is still weird. Like, you hang out with friends that are weird, and you're the coolest weirdo. Y'all are all still weirdos. You know what I mean? And I mean, what I mean by weirdos is people that make other people feel uncomfortable. You know, if you plan on not being the product of being picked on, if you don't care, all of this shit, just forget it. Do you? But a lot of people are going to pick on you if you're doing weird shit, because weirdos make people feel uncomfortable. Especially girls. Even if the girl is weird, she doesn't really want her guy to be weird. I was the kid from the special ed class who couldn't speak. I was in special ed. I could speak. I was in special ed because I was a slow learner, and they just stuffed you all in the same class. But it was like, this was before they had like AD, or what was it, dyslexia. Before they diagnosed like dyslexia and shit like that. You know, like, I would try to tell my teacher that it was hard for me to read because what they did was they gave me a ruler, and that ruler would help me read better. Also, I could read upside down. Like, I didn't read my books like regular. I flipped the book over on its side or upside down, and I could read. But I didn't like reading out loud, period. You know, any plans on playing any new games? I'm always plans on playing new games. I know I'm going to play the story mode for, I'm going to play the story mode for Call of Duty. I played the boxing game. It needs work. Yeah, I don't know. I have plans. Right now there's nothing new coming out. Like, Monster Hunter is my ultimate plan, but you know. Like, I don't understand how so many artists have bad memories of high school. Like, like I was a nerd for most of high school until about like halfway through my 11th grade year. Then I became cool, and I got to see what the cool side was. But even though I was like one of the cool kids, I still did my nerd shit. I just did it by myself. I didn't make people feel uncomfortable with but again, my nerd shit turned into something cool because I did art. You know what I mean? I watched anime and stuff like that, but that was shit I did at home alone, where now it's like, people feel like it's a badge of honor to do nerd shit in front of people that don't know about nerd shit. Bullies are still bullies. Like, and people that don't know about, like, people that follow the norm still are people that follow the norm. They don't like, if you're on Twitch, don't run around telling everybody you're on Twitch unless they're on Twitch, because people don't know what the fuck Twitch is. And you tell them, I stream on the internet. Oh, if you're a girl, it's automatic porn. If you're a boy, like, they make up a million different things that you could be doing, but it definitely is never good. Like, you gotta understand that the world doesn't always need to be involved in everything you do. Like, you gotta learn how to, you know what I mean? You gotta learn how to, like, not share so much. Like, and you know, like the same thing as if you like anime, that's cool, but everybody isn't going to like anime. And the minute you start trying to make people like it, that's when they're going to be looking at you like you're weird, or when you live your life like it's an anime. You know what I mean? If you do cosplay, great. You don't have to tell the world you do cosplay. Just do your cosplay with your cosplay friends and stuff like that. Separate that from your job or whatever, because a lot of people aren't going to understand, and you're going to come off as that weird guy. And then what happens is when you come off as that weird guy, you double down by being extra weird. It's the weirdest thing. I learned right away real fast that I don't need to share all of my nerd stuff, because I used to draw. I was a kid that drew like the comic book or the cartoons, superheroes having sex and stuff like that, and the cartoon characters like Lisa and Bart having sex, and I did that kind of shit. I also hung out with the kid that drew dicks, and that was always in the principal's office and stuff like that. And like, you know, like the thing was is that kid was just a normal kid, and people never really, he said, people don't ask you why you do stuff. They just assume that something's wrong. And he was like, there's nothing wrong with me. He said the shape is in a very familiar shape that's easy for him to draw. And it makes perfect sense as an artist. But to people that aren't artists, it's like you're a weirdo and someone's touching you at home and all that stuff. You know, whereas if you just kind of like kept your that kind of thing is gonna it's gonna kind of upset people. You don't share it with everybody. You know, and it sucks because you want to show your art, but it's like, you know what I mean? I have original characters that people just wouldn't get. So I don't show them because I know that people just wouldn't get them. You know what I mean? I try not to do stuff like that. For some reason, his face just is not hitting it for me. And that's what that's what I'm doing. I'm like constantly looking and like trying to, I don't know, make his face feel more like what it's like I want it to be. I don't think that this should be. I believe that her shit should be kind of like this. This should have been the part that curved up. Hold on. I don't know if this is going to go off well, but I'm going to try it anyways. This is the part that should curve up. It should be like right here. And then like that. Yeah, I don't like that. Because now it makes her back kind of. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. But this is the kind of stuff that I would pay attention to. Yeah, I like I say before, that's something that I've found that's very common nowadays. Like I don't know why it's that way, but it seems like it's very common that A lot of people that do art have very unhappy high school like existences or whatever. And it's sad because like I don't remember having a bad high school like experience. My high school experience, but then again, I was a nerd until I became popular. And when I became popular, I was like really popular. And I was popular because of I knew I went to school, the same school for like all 4 years, and my cousins, my uncle, everybody went to the same school, so we were really well known. But I was a nerd for the most of the time. Again, I just drew fucking cartoon shit, and stuff like that, and tried to like I was trying my hardest to be a good artist, but I for the most part I was an artist, so people just accepted that, right? And they thought it was cool, but it wasn't. I was nowhere as good as I could have been. I was actually pretty terrible. Now in hindsight, but it was just I didn't know what I was doing. But when I was young, all I wanted to do was be a comic book artist. I gave up on that dream when I realized I was too fucking lazy to be a comic book artist. And I didn't have the patience to design a comic book, go through all the trouble of putting it out, and then hope that people would like it. Like, I started thinking about that while I was thinking about being a comic book artist, and then I just literally washed it away. Like, I ain't doing that shit. What if I do it and people don't like it? I ain't doing it. So I was just like, I'm not. Comic book artist is not an option. Like, even if I want it to be an option, it's just not an option. I don't have the time and patience. So then I was like, I'm gonna be a graphic artist, and I was like, nope, don't like to draw what other people tell me to draw. That ain't working. So like my dream of doing anything with art was just like dwindling away. And my brothers had a friend that was doing tattooing, and I had been told plenty of times I should be a tattoo artist, and I just kind of ignored it, I'm like saying, because I'm like, I'm not drawing. I didn't want to draw on men, because I just didn't want to touch men. I wasn't thinking about the business side of it. I was just like, I don't want to touch guys, like I don't want to do that, whatever. You know what I mean? But when I started working in the casinos, and then 9/11 happened, I for the first time in my life experienced what it was like to be doing a good job, but on the verge of losing your job just because shit, And I had a very good job. And I was like, if I lose this job, I'm not going to recover, because there's no way I'm going to find another job like this. It took me 10 years to get a position like this. I'm not going to be able to go and get another position like this. I'm going to lose everything. And then that was when I started thinking, like, I need to be in a position where I'm never going to be like this again. I can't worry about losing my job when I have children and stuff like that. And it just so happens around that time, again, my brothers had a friend that did tattoos. His name was Styles. He was doing tattooing. We were talking or whatever, and he agreed to teach me how to tattoo. He was like, if he teaches me when I get good, I have to tattoo him. And I used to always wonder why he would say that. If you're a tattoo artist, why the hell would you want to teach me and then have me tattoo you? Well, I learned later on the truth about shit like that, and the truth is that most tattoo artists couldn't draw. Of course, I did not know this because I'm new to tattooing. So I'm like, what? Like whatever. I found out that this dude, like, basically, he was teaching me, but he was lying to me about a lot of shit to keep me in the dark, to keep me from like running off and doing my own thing. He told me that you couldn't do your own stuff. You had to do the stuff that they set out for you. That's why everybody is doing it. He said that you can't do your own style, because that's the reason why everybody is doing the same style, because you have to submit your style. You have to submit your work to an organization that basically grades it and tells you if you can actually like tattoo it. I believed all this shit. I also didn't think that you could do your own work. You had to do tattoo flash, because that's what he told me. Like, you had to do tattoo flash. That's why, like, that's the only stuff that you can put on the body. And he had his little flash book or whatever. And then I found out that they made Thermofax paper, uh, carbon paper, and carbon paper is what you use to transfer the tattoo onto the body. And I learned that by watching Ink Master. And everybody in the house knew it except for me. And they're laughing at me because I'm the tattoo artist and I didn't know this shit. Because the guy that was teaching me was lying to me so that I wouldn't go and like work for somebody else. He ended up going to jail because he was on the run. Just like a stereotype for most tattoo artists. He ended up going to jail because he was on the run. And that was when I found out everything about, I found out this motherfucker was like, he couldn't draw, and he tattooed one of my drawings on me and fucked it up. And I still wear it to this day, and I will not cover it up. It's a flaming I call it a flaming chicken. It was supposed to be a phoenix. The guy couldn't draw. The phoenix looked like shit. And I realized that he couldn't copy my work. And that was when I first realized that, holy shit, if I actually get good at tattooing, I could make a ton of money. Because most people probably can't do the stuff that I do. And that was when I started actually wanting to be really good at what I did and just not play around with it anymore. And then that was when I started experiencing all the bad shit. I started realizing that tattooing, even though tattooing is it is definitely a great career to have, you have to pick and choose who you go to learn from and do things with, because people don't have your best intentions in mind. And you go and you do stuff and people will show you their true colors. And you trust me, you don't really want to, man, finding out the world isn't all peachy is a sucky thing. And finding out that people don't give a shit about anything but money is another sucky thing. But you learn real quick. You learn real quick. I almost gave up doing tattooing, but I fought, and I held it together because I really didn't want to do it because of all the shit that I had been through. But I was like, if I give up, then it doesn't really matter. I literally I became exactly what they said I was going to. So I fought just because I didn't want people to be right about me, because everybody was telling me that I was being stupid for quitting my job, because I had quit my job to do tattooing. And I had a good job, but I had quit my job. I quit my job and I didn't have any money and no clients. That was probably a very super dumb move, and I did it. Like, I just was like, because my cousin told me it's feast or famine. He was like, if you're going to do it, you got to do it. You can't keep playing around with it, because if you don't just get in and do it, you're never going to. And he was right in most aspects, except for the fact that, yeah, I probably should have clients before you should probably have clients before you quit your job. I had no clients. I had no idea what I was doing. And I was just like out there. And I was like, this is probably going to go really bad. And just when I was at my lowest point, I got a break, and that break set me up to what would eventually become like my career. Because for a while I was just like, I'm done for. Like, I don't have any money. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Like, it was bad. But I ended up staying at that shop for like 8 years. That shop basically formed me into the artist that I am, as far as like tattooing wise, and me being a stronger, more competitive artist, because I worked with a bunch of people that were super competitive and they talked mega shit and they didn't give a shit. That was the first time I was around real artists that didn't sugarcoat stuff. And the first thing that they used to tell me was like, we don't care about your feelings. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're an artist. Like, if your shit sucks, we're going to tell you it sucks. And I was like, cool. And I thought I would be okay with it till they started telling me my shit sucked. And that shit stung. It was like, I thought it would be easy, but it wasn't. But I mean, all it did was made me better, because I was like, I'm not going to. What it did was it made me more competitive. And all the people that I worked with, I'm better than them now. Like, not as far as tattooing is concerned. they are tattoo artists in their own right, but and art, like a lot of them don't even really do art like that. So I surpassed them in the art aspect. Especially my biggest competitor, who actually is one of my coolest friends. His name is Omega. He was one of the guys that got me in the shop. And he used to draw nothing. He had a site called Smut 101, and he drew nothing but like porn art. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to make his own porn comic. For the life of me, I used to always be like, there is something off about this work. When I would look at his work, I would always be like, there's something off about it, but I don't know what it is. And I can't put my finger on it. But we would battle constantly. And back then I used to do more graffiti style art. And he would talk bad about my drawings because he said my women were all abstract and bent out of shape, and they didn't have any proportion. Like, they looked fucked up. And they did, because it was comic book. I mean, not comic book. It was graffiti. It was abstract. So abstract shit just looks stupid if you don't really know what abstract is. You know what I mean? So I'm like drawing my stuff, and I'm like, I know what I'm doing, but like they don't really get it. They are like, no one's gonna get that as a tattoo. And I'm like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But like, they were right. No one wanted to get abstract like pinups and shit like that. They wanted like the normal stuff, which frustrated me because I didn't want to do the normal stuff. I didn't want to do flowers and butterflies and shit like that, which is what people pay for. You know what I mean? And I had to learn real quick that, hey, if I want to pay my bills, it doesn't really matter what I want. It matters what the client wants. And I had to learn real quick to humble myself and do what the fuck the client wants and stop trying to get them to get what I wanted. Which I learned, you know what I mean? But I learned a lot being in the tattoo, like in the tattoo environment. I also learned envy. Like, I learned what it's like to be envied by other artists, because I never thought that tattoo artists would have like these motherfuckers beef like they were gang members. Like, I mean, like they would call the fucking health department and have them come to your shop and like just all kind of like evil shit to try to get you shut down because your shop is making more money than their shop. And that literally is what a lot of that shit was like. It would be, as weird as it would sound, it would be a lot of like internal beef going on at conventions and shit because of people that would like, they were like, I know that motherfucker called the health department on us last month and almost got us shut down. And like, and you're like tripping because you're like, why in the fuck would a tattoo shop beef with another tattoo shop? It's because their shop ain't making no money, because, or a person that would probably have worked for you that didn't get the job and they have some kind of gripe with you, or a million things. And I'm like, damn, I did not know tattooing was like that. Shit was crazy. But I made it out. I am actually proud of the artist that I am today, and I definitely owe a lot of it to the people that helped me get there, you know, in like as far as tattooing and shit like that. And I pay homage to them constantly. Anybody else in tattooing, like, they can eat my ass with a spoon. Because a lot of them be like, you need to pay homage to the old school. Like, motherfuckers didn't help me. Like, I was like a very ornery, angry like artist, because I was like, people, they would try to make you do things like pay homage to like the old school tattoo artists, and like I'm like, I don't care about them, you know. But yeah, I don't really. I don't really. What we talking about? Oh, I was talking about the tattoo industry and how they behave. You know, like as far as like if you're a tattoo artist, like the shit that they would do, calling the health department on other tattoo shops, and like the shit was insane. Like I never experienced anything like that. Or how tattoo artists believe that you should pay homage to like old school tattoo artists that didn't help you do anything. They were just old school. Like they American tattoo artists have this thing where they believe that old school American tattoo artists are what made tattooing what it is today. And it's like, dude, I don't have time for that bullshit. Like, I only care about the people that helped me get here. I don't give a fuck about some old motherfucker that tattooed on a pier. Like, if he didn't do it, somebody else would have. And if I weren't doing this, I would be doing something else. I only pay homage to those that directly helped me. And they did not like that shit. That's why they don't like new generation artists. Because new school artists are basically reimagining old school techniques. And they don't like that. They feel like, because a lot of old school tattoo artists don't want to learn new shit. And you have to grow in this industry to survive nowadays, because now you have actual college graduates turning into tattoo artists. So you done went to college for 4 years to learn art or whatever, you know, and study art. So now you're able to make like cool, like, you know, innovative, groundbreaking tattoo shit. Where the old school people are still doing the old Sailor Jerry shit, you know, the traditional stuff, and they refuse to change. And what's happening is them refusing to change is causing them to like basically lose everything. Yep. It's 70. Like, I don't know if the statistic is still the same, but last I checked, it was 70%. 70% of tattoo artists cannot draw. And you hear that, and a part of you is like, I don't believe it. And it's like, yo, I didn't believe it either until I started doing tattooing, and I started realizing that, holy shit, it's true. The amount of tattoo artists you will run into that don't know how to draw is staggering. But the thing is like, it shouldn't be that shocking, seeing as though tattooing is literally nothing but tracing. Why wouldn't you believe it? But a lot of people just, they don't. Again, you don't think about it, because you're like, oh, you got to know how to draw the tattoo. No, you don't. Which is why a lot of tattoo artists beef a lot about people stealing their work. The thing that cracks me up is when you have a traditional tattoo or a portrait style tattoo artist complaining about people stealing their designs and stuff, where the portraits that they're using are stolen. Because they're not photographers. Where are they getting the photos from? The internet. But they'll complain that someone's stealing their style and all of that, and all of this, when they're stealing someone else's shit. Well, that's the thing, is they don't want to fade away. And they're trying to hold on. Well, I mean, that's like with anything. It's like when you know that the end is near, you're going to do everything it takes to fight to survive, right? But it's like, you know, in my experience with tattooing, a lot of these guys could be relevant if they actually gave two shits, but they're like, nope, I've been making my $20-$30 a day doing the same designs for 40 years. I shouldn't have to change. It's like, you don't have to change. You absolutely don't. But we're gonna go ahead and change, and we're gonna leave you behind. And they don't like that. They do not like that shit at all. But I mean, whatever it is, it's inevitable. It's inevitable now. It's in motion. Like, they don't have to do shit, because it's like, people are gonna do it regardless. You know, like, but there's nothing they can do to prevent what's already happening, and it's beautiful. You're still going to have shitty artists. You're still going to have people getting art by shitty artists because people are cheap, and and all the person has to do is offer them cheap tattoos or free tattoos, and you're always going to have a tattoo nightmare story because people are just too cheap to do the research and all that stuff, you know. Yeah, like that. And that is a real tattoo. That's the funny thing, is it is a meme, but it's a real tattoo. Imagine doing a tattoo reveal and your shit looks like that. Like, just imagine. Imagine. I'm like, not even the person that got the tattoo. Imagine being the person that did that shit. It's insane. But I mean, it happened. It's so common in tattooing. It's like, you don't, believe it or not, people don't understand how often that shit happens. Well, that's the thing, is like, you hear about the bad stuff in tattoo communities all the time, but it's far and few. It's like the real way a tattoo community is imagine an art community, right? You just have a bunch of artists sitting around being bored as fuck until somebody comes in to get a tattoo. It's not that exciting. That's why Ink Master and all those shows focus on all this other shit and drama, because tattooing is boring. None of that shit is happening, and it pisses off tattoo artists because that gives people that impression that tattoo artists are just drama queens and drama, like, it's not. It's shit's boring a lot. A lot of the times you do have exciting shit that happens, but it's more so on the freaky side rather than like the drama side. You don't have people fighting and stuff like that. You do have like incidents of shit that happen, but they glorify it on like TV. You know what I mean? Like, ain't nobody getting served with no fucking child support papers in a tattoo shop. And if they are, it's not like, that's not like a common thing. But a lot of it is like artist shit. Artists arguing with other artists about art shit. Or culture clash, where you got a hip hop guy in a shop with a punk rock guy, and like, you know what I mean? The culture clash. You have a lot of that shit. Or owners that keep forgetting that they own the shop and not the people. You know, you get a lot of that, where the owners think that they can, like, you know what I mean? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. You get a lot of that. What's up, 2Cs? How you doing? I tried to get a job as an apprentice once, and I didn't think they liked the fact that I was a decent artist. That could be a thing. It could be a thing. But the thing that they usually do in that situation is they use you to make art for their shop, and they never really teach you what you need to know. But yeah. Also, a lot of people won't hire you in a shop if their current artists aren't really good, because the current artists are considered family, and everybody has to eat. And if they bring you in and you start taking customers, that current artist that's been there forever is like gonna feel like, you know, like, even though you want to make more money for your shop, you got to respect the artists that are there. So a lot of times the shops will try to make you pay homage to the artist by like paying the artist to work there. If you want to get taught, they'll be like, you need to give X amount of people here X amount of money before we can teach you. And it's like, yeah, I ain't doing that shit. Like they did that. They tried to do that with me once, where they were telling me that I had to. Shop tried to make me try to make me pay $500 to every artist that was there, and they're like, "Well, you got to think about it like this: when the next apprentice comes, you're going to be in that pool." And I'm like, "I'm not paying these motherfuckers to work here." I'm like, most of the time when you come into a shop to get a job, you're broke. I had a shop that wouldn't hire me because I didn't do new school, which is funny because I still hate new school. Like new school is nothing but comedy art. Basically like cartoony versions of whatever, and I can do it. I just didn't. I'm like, I don't want to do that as tattooing. I don't want to know that. That guy went on Ink Master and lost, but he was a dick. Like, I don't know, man. It's different. Is it better to undershow your talent than at first than to go through when you go through the door? No, man. You don't listen, man. Y'all, you got to understand that being good at something is not a downfall. And if you go to a shop and they don't want to hire you because you're good, you don't want to be there. That's just a no-brainer. You don't undersell yourself at all. As a matter of fact, you try to show everybody up in the shop so you can. It's like a prison yard. You're establishing dominance. It's just that simple, Well, yeah. Well, that's the thing is like putting what you want in what you're putting in your portfolio is what you want people to know you for. You're basically, if you do tattoos and you're not in a shop, you obviously want to take your like, if you have 12, your 12 best tattoos, your 12 best pieces of art. Like, you put in your portfolio what you want people to know you for. If you don't want to do traditional, don't put traditional in your portfolio. Like, if you want to go in a shop and you want the shop to know that you don't do traditional, you don't put it in your portfolio. You know what I mean? Like, your portfolio is a representation of you. It should be technically, if you're that motherfucker and you're trying to be good, your tattoos in your portfolio should be the most recent work you did, because you should be improving every single time you tattoo. In a perfect world, every single time you tattoo should be an improvement over the last tattoo. In a perfect world. But that's the thing. It's like a lot of people will leave the same tattoos in their portfolio forever because they like that tattoo, because they haven't improved, or they're doing whatever comes through the door because they're not trying to be a better tattoo artist. They're just trying to make ends meet. A lot of people are just trying to fit in. So it's like, they never really get to a point where it's like their portfolio is like killing it, when it needs to get to that point. You need to get to a point where your tattoo portfolio is shitting on everybody's at the shop. A lot of times it don't get to that point. A lot of people don't understand the importance of having a good portfolio. You do have to show variety, but okay, so here's the thing. You're a business person, right? You're doing business and you're running a business, and your business does anime shit, right? And you're killing it, right? And then some new kid comes along and they not only have anime shit, but they have new school shit. And then they have comic book shit, or they have like Art Nouveau, they have Renaissance, they have realism. They're going to take all your clients because they can do way more than you're doing. They can do what you're doing plus more. And that's why you're basically learning And being more diverse is so that you can hold your own and make money. The more you know, the more you make. Plain and simple. You learn American traditional not to do it, to understand it. You learn new school. You learn all these things not to do it, to understand it. And also, if someone comes in, they're like, I got $500 and you need $500 and it's some fucking new school shit, you can hunker down and do it to pay your rent. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, like my portfolio. Here's a thing that you should always do. I do this thing called test sheets, and everybody that's been here knows about test sheets. I bitched about it for years. If you don't know how to draw something, you should be practicing on how to draw it when you're not doing anything. Anything from dragons to fucking flowers. I have a test sheet for every single thing that I don't know how to draw. We wouldn't necessarily call them test sheets, though. We would call them flash sheets. But all it is just, for me, it's not a flash sheet because I am teaching myself to draw something in a way that I want to draw it. I don't necessarily know how to draw these things until I practice them. So this is me practicing said thing, but this is also me making a sheet that I can copy from when I'm doing tattoos of my own style. So that not only do I have a reference sheet, it is a reference sheet of my style of how I want to approach drawing said thing, like a hummingbird. You know what I mean? This is what I would do in my board time in the tattoo shop. Where everybody else is shooting the shit and whatever, I would just be sitting there drawing roses. And what I would do is I would go take pictures of roses and I would draw roses until by the way, I hate fucking roses. I hate doing roses as tattoos, but I would draw roses because I know everybody would ask for roses. And I would draw the roses until I got so good at drawing roses that I had a bunch of them. And those roses would be the roses that I would reference. And if the sheets would look like this. It was a lot bigger than this, but I had close to like 54 roses that I went to when I wanted to draw roses. And I would basically just use the roses that I drew. And I would do this so that any generic shit that would come through the door, I had my own flash sheet that I could go to of everything. And if it was something that I didn't have a flash sheet on, it's because I could draw it right off hand without thinking about it. Like it was one of them things where it was like, I want to draw a hummingbird. I have a flash sheet of hummingbirds because I don't draw hummingbirds all the time. But like shit that I draw all the time, I knew how to draw it right off the bat. But I always had a test sheet for everything involving tattooing. Everything. I have a test sheet involving anything now. Like these fucking sheets like these are reference. This is like, if I were to ever go back and draw any of these characters, I have reference of like the millions of times that I draw them and how I get better and all that. I keep reference of everything. This is practice. This isn't artwork. This is practice. It may seem like a lot more detailed than what you guys are used to because you guys do more detailed stuff when you do art, but this is reference. All of this is just stuff that I thought I couldn't draw that I ended up drawing because I'm practicing. And because I'm practicing, I don't have to think that much on it because if it doesn't go right, it's whatever. It's just practice. Like I don't have to think on a lot of the stuff that I do because it's just practice, which makes it a lot easier to draw. I don't have to concentrate on drawing a lot of this stuff because if it doesn't go right, it doesn't matter. The whole point is if it goes wrong, I can come back later and practice this and get better at doing it. Like I don't have to dwell on it, which a lot of people do. They've based their whole entire existence on whether or not they can pull something off, and they get discouraged when they can't because you don't practice, you just draw. Like you got to stop drawing and do more practicing the drawing. I draw very few things. I practice every day. I draw bullshit every day, but it's practice. You don't take it seriously. You know what I mean? Like it's same thing with tattooing. I draw tattoo concepts all the time. None of them in which none of them will actually be done. Like I want to do this tattoo concept so bad, but I know that it's going to be very hard to get somebody to get the concept, but I want to do it anyways. Where is it? Like I draw a lot of stuff, so I lose this right here. I want to do this concept so bad. I think it would be top tier if I could pull this off. Like I know I could do it, but like I want to get somebody that let me do this. It's the story of Persephone. And I know that this would be a kick-ass tattoo. But again, it's hard to get people to invest in that. This is a full sleeve. Like this is. But I mean, I draw shit like this all the time. It's like whatever. It's a tattoo. And I feel like I'm very good at it because I do tattooing. It's different when I wasn't really tattooing like that. I would draw stuff, but it didn't really have that feel to it because it's like I don't really draw like that. Until I started actually drawing tattoo stuff and caring about drawing tattoo stuff, my tattoo stuff looked kind of eh. Now it doesn't look eh. It actually has an appeal to it. The same thing with my comic book stuff. Before it was like meh. Now it's starting to have a little bit more emotion and feel to it. My characters are not stiff. They're like a lot of stuff it has emotion. You can feel it, you know, like that's what I want. I want you to look at it and be like, holy shit, like, you know, like even if it's a moment being captured, I want you to feel that moment. Like, yeah. All right, soups. Well, guys, I think I'm done messing around with this for today. I'm kind of fidgeting around. I don't want to overdo it. I'll more than likely be on later on today, drawing more BS. Again, I wasn't really expecting to draw and spend so much time on one thing. You know what I mean? As an artist, have you ever had to make a decision of excommunicating with friends? I have a very small circle of friends. Like so small it could be considered a dot. You're listen. Friends, the friends that are meant to be around will take no effort to be around. Plus, when you start getting better at art and when you start focusing more on what's important to you, and start focusing on your career and stuff, your circle is going to get small anyways when you stop doing all the bullshit. If you're doing a lot of bullshit now with your friends, cut it out. Like, that shit it's exactly that. It's a waste of time and money. Like, I do so much stuff that makes me happy because I'm doing it alone and I'm not trying to do what everybody else is doing. The biggest problem that I had before is I was trying to do what everybody else was doing and not do what I wanted to do because I thought what I was doing was gonna come off as being like weird or whatever. And it took me to stop giving a shit about that, to understand that that was what was making me unhappy and why everybody else wasn't getting anywhere and why I wasn't getting anywhere, because I was following them. I do great things now that will last long after I'm gone because I stopped worrying about what everybody else was doing and I started worrying about me. If they want to be around you, they'll find you. If they want to hang out with you, they'll find you. And it's just that simple. If they ain't doing shit that's about progressing your life, don't fucking do it. Especially if you're not young. If you're not young, it's time to cut all the bullshit out. You know what I mean? Once you hit like 22, 23, it's time to start focusing up. You know what I mean? The clubbing and all of that bullshit is what the world tells you that you're supposed to be doing at that age. It's not what you're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? And people will tell you have time. You don't have time. People will always be like, oh, you don't need to rush and do this. You have time. Them the kind of motherfuckers that'll be sitting around in their mom and dad's house waiting for their mom and dad to die to inherit their shit. Lazy people will always tell you it's okay to be lazy. Like, no, it's not. You need to be about your shit. You ain't got to be money searching. You just got to be, if you're trying to be a better artist, that's what you eat, sleep, and drink. And then in the middle of that, you find time to do other stuff. But that's what, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you have a job and you have a career, you ain't going to have very much time for nothing else. You know what I mean? If the girl you're dating ain't about what you're trying to do, you need to break up with her. It's just that simple. If she don't know what you're doing and she don't believe in what you're doing, she is going to be a constant problem for what you do. If you're a tattoo artist or any kind of an artist that puts you around people that your girl seems to be uncomfortable with you being around, don't choose your girl over your career. Same thing with guys. If you're a girl and you're doing art and your guy doesn't seem to be involved or care about what you do, guess what? It's time to be alone. I'm not going to say it's time to find a new guy. Like, the guy that you're supposed to be with or girl you're supposed to be with will find you. Focus on your shit. People tend to be attracted to or tend to follow progression. They tend to follow success. You know what I mean? Rich people don't go out searching for women because women are like swarming around them because they already know. Rich men, we're usually in the house. Shit like that. You don't go out looking for that kind of stuff. You don't go out doing stupid stuff that can ruin your chances to do. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if your friends are wilding out, like, and you know they wilding out, like, bro, you don't want to be a part of that. You can watch their exploits on the internets because I'm pretty sure they're posting it. You don't need to be a part of the exploit. Doesn't make you cool. At the same time, if your woman seeks men that are like that, then let her seek those men. The outcome is never good. Don't try to be the guy that you think that the girl that you sleeping with wants, because a lot of guys will change to keep a girl happy because they don't get sex, or whatever. But like, don't ruin your life trying to change yourself for somebody who doesn't want you, because for being you, it's harder to be somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, like a lot of this shit already, but people don't listen to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, shit is real old. Like, nobody wants to deal with that bullshit. Like, no guy wants to deal with a nagging girl. No girl wants to deal with a nagging guy. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you're doing something positive or progressive, I don't necessarily know like how to say it. Like, if you're doing something good with your life, but your girl or guy don't seem like they care, all they care about is what they want to do, like let their ass go do what they want to do and keep doing you. My ex-girlfriend, and like she was like that, where she didn't have any interest in what I did. She just wanted to be able to control what I do. Because she chased me for so long, and then we started dating. And then when we started dating, I felt like she only wanted to date to feel like she won. But when she couldn't control me, she got mad. And, you know, like acting out and shit like that. And I'm like, bro, I don't, like, I told her I have enough happiness in my life to where whether or not she's there is not important to me. And it hurt her feelings because I'm like, you know, I don't care if you're here. Like, I'm happy when you're not. And I told her, I was like, I can't be the source of your happiness. I am too busy making myself happy to have to spend my time making you happy. If you're not happy, go be happy. And she was kind of upset that I didn't care if she left or not. And I'm like, dude, look, I'm like, I have children. My children love me. I don't give a fuck about any of that other shit. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, I have, like, my daughter was like my closest friend. You know what I mean? Like, but I used to always have to make sure, like, my daughter, like, you're my daughter. Like, we aren't friends. You know what I mean? Like, I do everything with you, but I am still your father. You know what I mean? But like with my girlfriend, she was very jealous. And I just to tell her, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care if you're jealous or not. I'm not gonna. That's your problem. That's a you problem. I don't care about that. It's like, you don't care that I don't want you to hang around other girls. I don't care about anything that you care about other than what I care about. And she's like, oh, that's narcissistic and whatever. And I'm like, no, you know, I was like, people throw that word around a lot and they say that you're a narcissist or whatever. But there is nothing wrong with loving yourself. I don't need to love you more than I love me. It's just that simple. I'm like, if you loved yourself more than you love me, I would not be mad at that. You seem to be mad because I want to do things that make me happy versus doing the things that make you happy, which is like going out and eating and all that shit. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go in public and hang out. And I did that already, which is why I settled down. I told her, I was like, I settled down because I didn't want to do that kind of stuff anymore. You know, I'm like, if I wanted to go out and party and club and eat, and I wouldn't be in a relationship. I'd be single. Like, I don't get in a relationship to do this, to do single people shit. I'm like, I want to sit at home and draw and make cool shit and go to work and build a family. I don't want to do single people shit in a relationship. Like, she didn't like that. She's like, I don't want to be in the house. Well, then go out. Like, you're just not going out with me because I'm not going. I'm like, you have friends, go with your friends. You know, like, I didn't, you know, she would like, I mean, like, I was just not, you know what I mean? I just didn't. And then when we broke up, nothing changed. Because you have to ask yourself, what are you actually losing if this person leaves? What is making you hold on to this person? And 9 times out of 10, it's more physical. And that's the thing that you're holding on to, is the physical. And I was at a point in my life where I honestly did not care about it. Like, it was just, sex is sex. It's cool when it's there, but like, I don't give a shit. If it's not there, I'm drawing cool shit. Now that I'm older, I get what someone that when I was younger, they told me that you're not going to care about that kind of shit when you get to a certain age. And I'm like, I was like, bullshit. Ain't no fucking way in the world. Oh man, this shit too good for me to not care about it. Yeah, you get older and you just, things that you do don't seem as important anymore. Like sex. It just doesn't seem as important anymore compared to, well, things that are more important. You know what I mean? And then as you realize that all the shit you did to get laid doesn't matter anymore, because it doesn't matter anymore, you tend to have a lot more. Which is something that is hilarious to think about. Is I realize that I have a lot more money because I'm not chasing that thing that we all chase, you know, when we're younger. It's that's the reason why a lot of young people don't accomplish anything because they're chasing, you know, whatever, that love and all that shit, where it, to be honest, love is effortless. You don't have to chase it. If it's meant to be there, it's, if your man or woman is the person that you're meant to be with, when you move, they move with you. I don't mean like move as in like move into a different state. Like if you move left, they move left. Y'all move together as a team, and it's effortless. Oh, and you also fit together like two hands, like holding hands. Like it's like you, like whatever shit you drop, she picks up. You know what I mean? Same thing with him. You know what I mean? Like it's effortless. If you're putting effort, if you have to do shit like compromise, because you'll hear that a lot. If you have to compromise to be in a relationship, it ain't gonna work. There is no compromise in a good relationship, because it's something you want to do. You don't make yourself do it. It's almost an honor for you to do it. And you'll know that when you're in an actual serious, like, grown-up relationship. Kids can't tell you how to be in a grown-up relationship. They're kids. But they will talk about it. I got a redesign draft done. I'm still working on the figure. Did you post it? Is it in the Discord? Remember, don't change anything if you like it. Don't let other people tell you what you should, like, be drawing. Especially me. Like, I don't want to be responsible for you changing something that you love. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the goal. I do like the redesign, but I like the redesign so far. But do you have a backstory? Again, the design does not matter if the character is just a character. You're basically playing dress up right now. You can dress her in anything you want to dress her in. If you don't have a backstory, it's just a character. Though I think the redesign makes more sense now. I would probably... No, I wouldn't. I think the redesign is better. I would refine it a little bit more, but for the most part, it makes a lot more sense now than it did before. But you're gonna, like, I'm telling you, you're gonna need a backstory. You're gonna need, because it'll give you a reason. The reason why you need a backstory is because it will give you more of a reason to draw the character in a certain way. Right now, I don't think you have a reason to draw your character the way you're drawing it, or draw your character, period. Like, if you have a backstory will cause this. If your character has a backstory, what did I do with that? I don't know where I put it. Of course, I never know where I put anything. There it is. When you have a backstory, this is what you draw. Like, this is my original character, and every time I would get bored, I would just sketch my original character doing random shit that my character would do. And this is just one sheet with a lot of sketches on it. And every time I get bored, I think, wonder what my character would do in this situation. My original character is basically what I would be if I had a lot of money and no inhibitions. My character is also a game streamer. That's their job. They are a game streamer. and all of his children are gamers, except for his daughter, who is like very mischievous, and they get into adventures together because he basically co-signs everything his daughter sidekick does. So if she wants to go and roller skate off a giant hill, he's gonna be there to push her. You know what I mean? That's their kind of relationship. You know what I mean? Like that's like my character has a backstory, you know, and it kind of helps me draw whatever it is that, you know. But that's with any of my characters. Any original character that I might have has an extensive backstory that helps me draw that character in said conditions, if you know what I mean. Hey, little fox, how are you? You know me. I'm here. I'm here, just practicing. Same as I ever was. Holy shit! Okay, why'd you change your name? All right, Spiritless. I know that name. I know that name. Damn, it has been a while. Holy shit, you haven't been here in a minute, unless you've been lurking. But yeah, I spent way more time on this than I should have. This is not what I normally would do, but whatever. Shopping and hanging with friends are pretty, but that is the, you know what, that character's perfect for that. That is the anime protagonist backstory if I ever heard of it. Like, that character is perfect for that, and it makes sense. Now, see, when you show your character off, you need to lead with that. Like, this is my original character, you know, whatever her name is going to be, and, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, she's an aspiring magician to honor her family. Like, all of that is her backstory, you know. And then when people see the character, they're like, oh, okay, I get it, you know, because they can relate to it. And whenever you create characters, that's how you create the backstory or create the story first. If you're going to create a superhero, though, if you ever decide you're going to create something like a superhero, and this is for anybody, create the villain first. I didn't understand that before until I actually started messing around with creating, like, you know, I guess the superhero archetype or whatever. The thing is like, if you don't have a villain, it makes it extremely hard to. The problem is that heroes arise out of a necessity, which means you have to have a need for a hero to exist, which is why you need a villain. A good villain usually inspires a good superhero. You know what I mean? Don't do the hero first, because all you do is make it the villain. If you do a superhero, then what ends up happening is you do the opposite of what the superhero is, which is lame. You want the villain first and then the hero. If you ever do superhero types, always, in my opinion, always design the villain first. People don't spend enough time drawing villains and evil shit. So when it's time to draw evil shit, because you've been drawing nothing but the hot anime girl or the massively overly muscular husbando, you draw lame villains. You know, you're cool like protagonist superhero is usually fighting the lame, uncool, unpopular guy. You know what I mean? Where it could be literally like y'all are both cool, and there's a way you could make it cooler than that. You know what I mean? Like if you just did the villain first. Being a villain designer or a monster designer, I feel is a lot cooler than drawing heroes. Heroes always have like the same kind of like feel to them. You know what I mean? And this is the epitome of superhero right there. Superhero woman, superhero guy. Like when you think superhero woman, superhero guy, like especially in comics, Superman and Wonder Woman. Like that's, yeah. That for me, that is the epitome of superhero. Them is like these guys right here, like superhero woman, superhero. If you wanted the most heroist of hero women, Wonder Woman. For comic books, again, the heroist of hero superheroes, Superman. Fucking like Boy Scout extraordinaire. His only weakness is morality. Imagine them having a baby, and the baby is like a metahuman, but the baby is bad, and that's their villain. Da-da-da-da. Plot twist. Your arch nemesis is your child that you raised, and he hates his parents. You're two metahumans. You give birth to a child, and the child grows up to be a fucking menace. And you are constantly having to fix or stop the shit that he did or does. But he's stronger than both of you separately. So you have to fight him combined. Because your combined might equals his single might. And then the plot twist, then another plot twist is as you do flashbacks, they flash back to when you used to do little things that made him angry and turn evil. So you are actually the people that made him into the villain, and like society hates you for it. So not only are you trying to fix it, like the world is against you now because they know that you did it. And then it, like, you know, you go on your mini adventures, and then the entire series ends with you having to kill your own child. Because the child is like, if you don't kill me, I'm going to keep doing this. I'm never going to stop. See, and that's how you create stories. I still want to do like a comic book idea. I have a comic book idea called Collateral, and I talked about it before, where it's not about the superheroes. It's about the random people whose lives are affected by superhero fights. Like basically what happens is there is the story. It's many stories, like many tales, like Tales from the Crypt or whatever. But it's like just stories of people living their regular lives, and at the end of every story, they die because of something that a superhero did, like being crushed by a car or a building or an explosion, because of a superhero fight. And the like the arc of the story, or the thing of the main plot of the story, or the main thing of the story is there is a person called the Teller that is basically telling the story of this person while they're sitting there watching them die. Like they're basically reliving this person's life. Like basically like you know how they say your life flashes before your eyes before you die? This person would basically recap your life up into that moment. Like basically so you can get a backstory of the person that died. Like, oh, happy person, you know, great thing, you know, great things happening, got a promotion, like just got married, you know, but just found out that his girlfriend's cheating on him or his wife's cheating on him, and you know he's rushing home to confront them or whatever, and bam, crushed by a rock that was thrown by Superman from Texas, and it landed in the middle of the street and it crushed you, like like something like that, where it would just be like the most fucked up of incidents, you know. Like, but you're like basically the entire thing would be like just stories of fucked up shit that happened to people because of superheroes that people don't remember. And it'll be like, and then like, you know what I mean? Like at the end, the fucking Teller will close her book and pack it up and just continue walking on out of existence. It always ends with you seeing her like walking off while you're closing your eyes and dying or whatever. A popular K-pop icon. So you're basically doing anime. you're basically you're drawing what you should be drawing, because like your character and all that stuff that you're talking about is literally anime. But yeah, it works. Do it. I love it. I think that fits your character more than like, you know, the Constantine thing. Like you could still like, you know, have that feel, but like your story is clearly like based on like it's more of an anime feel than anything. I also had an idea for a comic book that was like basically like random stories about the day the hero died. You know what I mean? Like just like how a hero would die. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody thinks heroes would die of old age or whatever, but like the stories would basically be about the villain actually winning this once or whatever. Like the day that the villain actually won would be like the general idea of the story, you know. And of course it would be like whatever scrub superheroes, nobody famous or whatever, you know, but it would be like superheroes. And then it would be like the story or whatever would be like them dying. Like the day that they die, it would be like their fight or whatever, and then it would just end up with the villain winning. That's kind of why I like Invincible. Because Invincible, the heroes can die at any moment, and I fucking love that shit. You know what I mean? The heroes lose all the time, and I love that shit. Same thing with The Boys. The heroes are actually the villain. Like that takes that concept and flips it on his head. All right, I'm done farting around with this. Hey, Sir Grooves a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys. I've been on for 5.5 hours. It was longer than I actually wanted to be on. Messing around with one freaking design. This is all we drew today. Rip. I drew this earlier, but I never really put any more effort into it. It was supposed to be the Kingpin, but I'm trying out poses because I can't get the definitive Kingpin pose or whatever. But yeah. I'm probably going to be on later on today. I don't know what I'm going to be drawing, but I'm definitely going to probably be drawing something new. So yeah, if you like what you see, make sure you hit that follow button. I do have a 24-hour art channel where basically it's just 24 hours of my art that I stream for the last 10 years in loop for those people that need something in the background while you're watching the stream, stuff like that. I invite you to go check this channel out. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, life is a canvas. All you need is ink. You guys have a good night. And make sure you guys follow my 24-hour art channel. See you guys later on today.